Good day, and welcome back to some more Scarlet Hollow as we continue on to episode 3, and hopefully get both episode 3 and episode 4 done. As currently that's the extent. I don't think we need a recap, but we'll get just episode 2. Oh good, he's still here. Dustin is the MVP of this run. But listen, you better stay out of trouble today. I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask and we won't have any more problems. Tabitha takes a few steps towards the door. Sunset. I still think that, we open the freezer and then she's, right there and just says sunset. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. I'm going to keep my ears open for you. The diner is where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what goes on around here. Hey, welcome, Roland. Hopefully everyone's having a lovely day. I'll let you know if anyone mentions those monsters or anything else strange or unusual. Have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts. I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. Nothing strenuous, we promise. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now, anyways. I am the only person in this town who truly cares about your safety. Don't forget that. Even if it's already too late to stop what's going to happen. Hey, welcome, Furo. Hopefully you're having a lovely night. As you leave Tabitha's office, you take a moment to get your bearings, only to be interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. I was curious what the episode recaps looked like, so we're doing episode 2 recap real fast, and then we will get right into it. She didn't. I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was shut down 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. You pull out your phone and dial your cousin. What is it? You know I'm in a meeting. Kid just snuck into the Shaw mine. I figured you should know. What? Are you serious? Why do these things keep happening to me? Whatever. I'll head over there as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, alright? A man named Charles Shaw decided it was okay to use faulty wood for support struts, and the entire mine came down. A lucky few died instantaneously, but for most of the souls who perished here, it was slow and agonizing. No wonder this place is extra haunted. Your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. At least our recap has her creepy smile as well. My dad says our house is haunted. Yes, and that's where I said I learned about it from their cat. Kinnick is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Wait a second. Where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. But you can feel it in your chest, like the deep growl of a predator. Hey, welcome, Cat. It's going pretty good. This is my, kind of relaxed spring cleaning kind of week, so next week I'll be streaming a little bit less than usual. In the sense to where I'll be streaming, but I won't go as long as I'd usually try to go. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there! Your cousin dives towards you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. Cranky, are you alright? Oh, wait, Becka and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them there. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. When you close your eyes, you see Rosalina's face, twisted with pain, staring up at you with tear-streaked cheeks. Trapped by powers beyond her control, terrified of what her now uncertain future would hold. Sunshine filters in through the dusty windows of the estate as the dull aches of last night's activities throb in and out of focus. You've managed to survive a second night in the town of Scarlet Hollow. Well, we still got like 5 days to go. We can get death at some point. As you pull yourself out of bed, you can feel the soot and grime of the Shaw mines still stuck to your skin. Start your day without showering. No, I just like having all this soot and grime. The guest bathroom. I forgot how bad it was. They've even got like the tattered shower curtains. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. The water is hot and, surprisingly enough, clean. As steam fills your lungs and soot washes down the drain, you... Ooh, I can... think about someone special. Think about finally being out of this hellhole and safe in your own bed. Let's see. Yeah, what? Wayne, why you, sneaking up and stalking me? Sybil's warning, the worst is yet to come. Trying to scrape the memories from your skin as if they're a part of the dirt that coats to you. Duke, with half his head blown off. Rosalina's shattered leg and the image of a foot barely still attached to her body. But we gotta be mystical. Every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume me. In this case, consume you. You're done here. You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. Time to start your day. Check on Dustin. Oh, he's got a visitor. There are 2 of them now. They're multiplying. Did we feed them after midnight? I had a rough night. Can you console me? Just close the drawer. You open the drawer, see the 2 of them, then you just immediately shut it. Morning, Dustin. Who's your friend? Her name Mom. She come to visit. I Dustin Mom. Gotta stay with Dustin until glass house empty. Thank you, human, for take care of my boy. What happened to your glass house? Asshole squatter move in. Kick Dustin Mom out. Squatter try to eat Mom. Squatter evil. Squatter may be asshole, but squatter not evil. We just try to survive, just like all creature. Dustin still have much to learn. Ethics don't factor into it. I had a rough night. Can you console me? Was it because of cat monster? Dustin was scared too. If cat monster want to eat Dustin, cat monster will have to go through Dustin Mom first. Dustin Mom will kill. Then Dustin and Mom eat like kings. This nature. I gotta go. Bye. Okay. I wonder if it counts if they kill Frou-Frou and I pet Frou-Frou corpse. Does it count as petting Frou-Frou? I want to say yes, but that's kind of like the letter of the law instead of like the spirit. That's that. You hold your breath and approach the bedroom window. After finding that boot print in viscera in the garden yesterday, you can't help but anticipate something staring back at you. It's the same view. But is it the same view with Wayne? I don't see anything. But after, I think it was you, Kat, that pointed out the ditchling right at the edge of the screen outside the mine. Now I'm starting to just be like questioning everything and I have to like look. Maybe Wayne's like disguised as one of the statues. Ooh, is the creepy doll moved? Every time you see that doll, your heart skips a beat. It hasn't moved, right? Okay, there's still 5 more days for the creepy doll to move. Yeah, you gotta scrutinize everything, it seems. Oh, do I message them individually, or do I message them together? We'll go with together. You pull out your phone and open up your group chat with Stella and Kanika. Yes, I got to meet Reese. I get to meet Reese today! Exclamation 1. Send a photo of a pained old man. Can't wait to ghost bust tonight. Y'all, I actually bonded with Tabitha last night. Here's the deets. I love the fact that we have the option to bond over memes. just send. Yesterday we sent a picture of a cat. Let's do the pained old man. You send a photo of a pained old man. It'll probably be a bit before you get a response. You pull out your phone to text Stella. Hang out before Reese. Send a photo of a creepy mascot in a grungy basement. I feel like this is our thing. We just have to send memes. Send a photo of a creepy mascot in a grungy basement. It'll probably be a bit before you get a response. Yes! What kind of memes can we share with Kanika? Send her a photo of an exhausted Ben Affleck. Alright. We're not even asking how they're doing. It's just like, it's memes all the way. Head downstairs. You've done everything you wanted to up here. It's time to start your day. You enter the kitchen to find your cousin in the midst of devouring a pint of banana chocolate chunk. She isn't alone. Frou-Frou glares at you from her usual spot on the counter as a red-headed woman busies herself, trying to tidy as best she can. Vile woman, destroying the natural order of my kitchen. Tabitha's eyes dart to the corner of the room, almost as if she's ashamed of being caught in the act of stress-eating ice cream for breakfast. Yes. Oh, offer the red-haired woman your boiled peanuts. This is going to be great. Okay, oh, I don't want to, like, I don't want to give their location away. I don't want to have the climactic fight between Dustin Mom and Frou-Frou. Let's offer her the boiled peanuts. You hold out your boiled peanuts as an offering to the woman in the kitchen. Thank you so much for the generous offer, sweetie, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I had a real bad experience with boiled peanuts once in the summer of, 17? Wait, let me think, 16? No, it was definitely 17. Anyways, my husband and Tulip and I were on this road trip to Blowin' Rock, and... Why do you still have those things? That face! Just squinted and be like, she's judging me. Let's, try to butter up Frou-Frou. Bonjour, Frou-Frou. Bonjour, sacre bleu. Do not think you can just bonjour me because I slept at the foot of your bed last night. I still despise you. 3 humans at once. This is abhorrent. Your stink will linger here for hours. How am I to bear it? I see. Talking to my cat again. Are you sure you didn't get hit on the head last night? You don't say good morning to your pets? I always make sure to talk to my farm cats and alpaca like they're people. To me, they kind of are. Nobody lives out in the garden, right? Gosh, I wouldn't know. Miss Tabitha wouldn't let me touch the place. Nobody lives in the garden. Why are you even asking? Oh. Yes, I can set... Oh, but then Frou-Frou will know they're there. If Frou-Frou wasn't here, then I would totally say that the opossum, my dresser opossums totally told me this. Because I like the thought of making them think I'm even crazier. Look, I found this gory boot print in the garden yesterday. You showed Tabitha the photo of the boot print you took yesterday morning. Look, you're not wrong, that's definitely unsettling. But I don't think there's a squatter out there. Even if there was, I don't really have the time or energy or desire to go poking around out there. Gosh, you two sound a little heated. Is everything alright? We're fine, Janie. Alrighty then. Y'all just let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Hey, cuz, how's it hanging? Oh, we should probably ask. Any updates on Rosalina? Yeah, they had to take her foot. Her dad's lucky she's alive. Tabitha takes one last spoonful of ice cream, then discards the empty container, turning to you with her trademark scowl. Let's get going. I've got an errand to run in town, and every time I've left you alone, something terrible's wound up happening, so you're coming with me. She's even got, like, handcuffs. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Yeah, definitely, poor kid. But I guess that it probably collapsed because you know, we took the time to try and save the other two kids. So... Hold on, you can't just tell me Rosalina's lost a foot and move on like nothing's happened. Just because something terrible happened to someone, it doesn't mean that life doesn't go on. Life has to go on, and let me assure you that what happened to that poor girl weighs heavily on my mind. That kid was brave, and if it were up to me, we would have dragged her out of there and hoped for the best with those other two. Now, shall we go, or would you rather keep bombarding me with guilt for something I personally begged you not to do? Yay, cousin bonding time! You can't just take away my freedom like that! I feel like her response would be, watch me. At least she can get a peg leg and cosplay as a pirate. Well, I mean, that is true. Yeah, it's silver lining and all that. I'll meet you outside. Sure, I'll meet you outside. Are you seriously asking me for time alone here after you just probed me about whether the garden has a squatter problem? What do you take me for, an idiot? She's on to me! I'm already behind on my day. I don't have time to deal with hijinks. Ginny, lock up when you leave, please, and don't go rearranging anything. I'll know. As you're ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the two of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Cranky, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I mean, I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and then I heard it again. I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry you got caught up in that. I'll be praying for Oscar and poor little Rosalina. They're such sweethearts. Couldn't have happened to nicer people. Oh, yes, mystical! We always have to pick the mystical options just so we can sound extra crazy. Last night wasn't an unavoidable tragedy, but I'm afraid there's more to come. Oh dear, that sounds just dreadful. Have you considered stopping by the church at some point this week? My husband's the pastor, and he's been going absolutely stir-crazy since we moved here. What with nobody really attending sermons. It'll probably do him a lot of good to talk to you through your worries. Wait, you're married to that creepy youth pastor I've been hearing about? I feel like, you know, going with that one's probably not so kind. So, that sounds wonderful. Thank you for the offer. Of course, don't mention that I'm only wanting to meet him so I can give him my bag of boiled peanuts. Of course, he's always ready and willing to talk with people, so feel free to stop by the church anytime. The door is always open. Have you seen anyone prowling around the estate? I'm going to stop the two of you right there. Frankie, I'm busy and not in the mood to stand around waiting while you play Nancy Drew with my cleaning lady right in front of me. We're leaving. Bye, Janie. Alrighty then, be safe out there, you two. Tabitha practically drags you from the estate, one hand clasped firmly around your arm. She continues to drag you all the way into her car, and from there, into town. The ride to town is uneventful, your cousin surprisingly more focused on the road than on making conversation. Alright, we're just popping into the general store for a few minutes. Ooh, shouldn't we be solving a mystery right now? Come on, let's do some shenanigans, some hijinks, some capers. After everything that's happened in the past 2 days, it's nice to just go on an errand. Exactly. You and Tabitha turn as the door to the general store bursts open. A flustered Kanika exits, shouting behind her. Fine, okay, keep coddling him. Keep letting him get away with stuff you never would have let me so much as think about. I'm sick of carrying this family. Kanika storms off, the door slowly drifting shut behind her. Ugh, other people and their drama. If more people kept things to themselves, they'd be a lot happier. Have I ever told you that you scare me? Kind of want to go with that one, but I'm trying to also... I'd be losing it if Miles were my brother. Neither of us have siblings, so neither of us can know that. I'd like to think I have the discipline and rigor to keep my feelings to myself. Come on already, let's go. Alright, let's see if we can, like, out crazy the fortune teller lady. The bells of the general store chime as you cross the threshold. Yeah, I don't think it's working very well for Tabitha. Like, that's not really keeping it in. That's more like, you know, unleashing all the fury on everyone. It's just like at 25% right now, but as soon as you set her off, it's going to go like to 100% instantly. Let's see, the smells of old wood and steamy herbal tea flood your senses, making you feel instantly at home. Good morning, you two. Hope you're doing well after last night's activities. Morning. Is the new blend ready? Of course. Cranky, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will just be a minute. I'm afraid of Miles. What if he makes fun of me for being old? Is Kanika okay? Of course, she just needs time to cool down. Emotions are a little high considering everything that happened yesterday. She'll settle down soon enough. I'm just glad both of my little ones made it out okay. Sybil motions for Tabitha to follow, and they both disappear into the tea room, closing the door behind them with a tinkling of bells. Oh, we can eavesdrop. Let's chat. So, Miles, can't talk to you. Phone. Before you can finish your thought, you're halted by the tinkling of bells announcing another patron. Oh, excuse me. Wait, you're Cranky, aren't you? My name is Beau. I'm Duke's boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. The policeman told you saw what happened to my daddy. I am so sorry for your loss. He was the cool old guy. Thank you. The policeman said that he might be out hunting somewhere, but me and my mama know he ain't coming back. Mama's pretty broken up about it. I'm trying to hold it together since I'm the man of the house now, but it ain't easy. Me and him was supposed to bring Big Betty to the state fair this week, but now he's gone, and as of this morning, so is she. So I suppose if I'm not going to the fair, I may as well make myself useful and get out in the woods to look for what's left of my daddy. He was there, right? Could you tell me where to look so I can try and find him? Oh, is he gonna get in trouble if we tell him where it is? Your dad was killed by ditchlands. They're monsters that show up when something bad is gonna happen. And they're the things that have been stealing your chickens. I ain't never heard of a ditchland before, but whatever they are, they won't stop me from trying to find my daddy. Have you seen anything strange on the farm the past couple of days? Not really, no. But I've been awful busy, what with everything that's been happening. Them chickens keep disappearing, though. Oh, dammit. We're gonna take a chance. Maybe he won't get himself killed. He died on the northeast edge of town, off the Asginas Trail. Thank you, Cranky. I appreciate you trying to help us out. I don't rest easy knowing he's out there somewhere, all by his lonesome. Because it sounds like he's gonna go out there anyway. So it seems like it's probably better to give him... Maybe he'll find it quickly and get out of there. And please tell Miss Scarlet I'm sorry about her mama. Tabitha and Sybil are still in the tea room. Your phone buzzes. Yes, are they responding to memes? Oh my god, hey, I overslept. Still gotta make myself breakfast, meet at library after and figure out plan? And then it buzzes again. Stella sends you back an image of an exhausted alien. Hey again, LOL, if you want to come over for breakfast, would not hate it. Yeah, hopefully I'll go there in the day or such. Maybe it'll be safer. And then it buzzes yet again. Somebody was busy this morning. Oh, hey again. If you want to hang out before the library thing, I'm parked in the abandoned lot by the gas station. It's hard to miss. You have plenty of time before dinner at Reese's house. Oh, damn it. We can hang out with whoever. I feel like we're trying to actually maintain a good relationship with Tabitha. Or at least get her to be less, difficult. Your cousin will probably be back any second. It's best to just stay put. Not to mention, by day 4, she'll probably actually go with handcuffs if I try to flee. You and Miles share an uncomfortably long moment of silence as Beau continues to shop. Yell into the tea room, "Hey, hurry up in there!" So, did you hear about how Rosalina's doing? Now, Oscar apparently posted on Facebook about it. You seem ancient enough to have a Facebook account. Why don't you check it yourself? I'm not your little newsboy. Facebook? Yeah, right. I believe in cybersecurity. Aren't you worried about her? She's Alexis's friend. I don't know her. We just go to school together, that's it. Miles returns to his phone. How are your dailies going? Miles doesn't dignify your question with an answer. Tabitha bursts out of the tea room, tucking a pouch of herbs into her coat as she walks. She looks up at you in surprise. It's purely medicinal! Wow, you actually stayed. Kind of expected you to go running off the instant I left you alone. And miss out on cousin bonded time. I feel like these would be so great just to, like, needle her over that. Okay, like, family is important. I'm not just gonna ditch you. That's a nice sentiment. We'll see if you actually put it into practice by not doing anything weird or dangerous for the rest of the week. No promises there. I've got a couple of hours to spare. I'll pick us up some sodas and we can get out of here. I don't like lingering where just anyone could walk up and start talking to me. I feel like Miles has the same sentiment. Unfortunately, he's, working with quotation marks. Tabitha leaves the store, motioning for you to follow. Tabitha stops in front of a small house on the quiet hill, just off Main Street. The Scarlets own most of the houses out here. We rent them out to employees. Just more convenient, you know? And here I thought the estate was your secret lair. And here I thought the estate was your secret lair. The estate is my non-secret lair. Everyone knows I live there. Nobody knows about this place. Except now you, I guess. Now come on, let's make ourselves scarce before we're spotted. Your cousin pulls out a heavy set of keys from her pockets. She picks out one marked with a bright strip of green tape and unlocks the door. Come on in, don't worry, it's empty. You follow your cousin into the model home. We haven't rented this one out for years. Come here to get away from it all? Does that make sense? It's kind of like a vacation home, but I don't have to travel. Anyway, make yourself comfortable and have a soda. Tabitha hands you a cream soda before settling in on the couch. Mystical, though this home gives the appearance of being lived in. With its furniture and lack of dust, it feels nearly as empty and barren as the estate. There's no soul in this place, only the dream of one. Do you ever get to travel? I saw your blowing rock mug. My what? Oh, that must be one of Janie's. She was always saying we didn't have enough cups. There are 3 cups, that's plenty. One for me, one for Pearlan, and one for the occasional guest. But Janie said her husband has a ton of dumb little souvenir mugs from his travels. Not that I asked, she just tells me stuff about her family. Anyway, she said they have mugs to spare, as if I needed her charity. I guess she must have snuck a few in under my nose. I'll have to remember to toss it when I get back. Anyways, to answer your question, no, I don't travel. Too much to do. Sure, I'd like to see the Outer Banks one day, but I'm the head of the company. It's not like anyone can cover for me. Maybe when I retire, if that ever happens. You never left Scarlet Hollow? You act like it's weird. Traveling is difficult and stressful. I've seen vacation movies. Something always goes wrong. So even if I had a day off, why would I want to spend it driving somewhere when I could spend it actually relaxing? I don't need to see some windy rock, or even the beach. It just doesn't seem worth all the hassle. Do you like living here? Like I said, it's the only thing I know. You don't need to have lived somewhere else to know if you like it here. I respectfully disagree. Everything in life requires context to properly understand, and I don't have context here. You don't need context to know if you like living somewhere? Are you happy? Generally, no, I'm not. But I'm happy you're here. Ah, we are bonded. Soon we'll be besties. Do you actually like running the mines? Of course not, but that doesn't really matter. I've had years of Perlan drilling that into my head. I can't trust anyone else to do my job, and if I don't do it, this entire town falls to ruin. It's my burden to bear. But I'd be lying if I said I haven't thought about running off. She might accept the peanuts, you're right. Which is, maybe that's the entire thing. We have to, like, butter up someone to the point that they'll be willing to accept the bag of boiled peanuts. And that's how you know you're besties with them. What would you want to do if you weren't here? Honestly, I'd like to be a bank teller, something like that. My entire life has been defined by my obligations. I'd like nothing more than to go somewhere, do a task, and go home. Not that it matters, I am here. My life is defined by those obligations. Dreaming about some other life only makes the one I have more difficult. Why do you come here? Tabitha sips her soda, her expression suddenly heavy. I guess the estate has a lot of history. This place is so new by comparison. It's like the estate is full of ghosts pressing down on me all the time, pressuring me to do what they want. When I'm here, I can imagine a life where I don't have to think about the 200 years of history resting on my shoulders. Hey, welcome, Dina. That's the good ending. Yes! See, that's why we have to get besties with someone. Honestly, I wasn't joking when I said I could imagine living as a bank teller. Can we try some of that tea you picked up? It smells nice. Nope, it's a sleepy time tea. You don't want to drink it in the middle of the day. What was Perlan like? Okay, I guess you should know at least some things about the woman whose funeral you'll be attending. She was my mother. She was your mom's twin sister. Fraternal, they didn't look alike. Same with their personalities, night and day from what I've heard. Perlan was a hard ass, but that comes with the territory. I mean, what else do you want to know? Did you two get along? No, that woman was a monster. How did she die? Sleep apnea. What was your dad like? Don't know. He just up and left one day. Didn't want anything to do with us anymore, I guess. They never got divorced, just separated. He probably couldn't be bothered to fill out any paperwork, especially considering he would lose any and all claim to the Scarlet fortune if they divorced. And he'd have to pay child support for a kid he couldn't be bothered to call on her birthday. Ah, hooray, another member of the Deadbeats Dad Club. Alas, she didn't particularly care for the dead mom's joke, so... I'm sorry, that must have been really hard for you. Yeah, I don't really think about it. If he didn't want anything to do with me, his loss. What do you think of Silas and those other old-timers? It's complicated. They built the town. They built the mine. They're the whole reason you and I are here today. They weren't angels, I know that, but they're dead. They've been dead a long time. What kind of things did Perlan tell you about me and my mom? All sorts of terrible things. She loved to talk about how destitute your mother was after leaving for Springfield. You were always a poor student and troublemaker, constantly getting taken in by whatever terrible counterculture of the week was hip and trendy in the city. For what it's worth, I don't think any of it was true. Well, except for you being a troublemaker. Ha! She's actually genuinely smiling. Not the creepy smile. What do you really think of me? You're better than asking me for validation. I'll say that much. I can't believe we're actually hanging out. I can. That's why you came all the way down here, isn't it? Still, the two of us are more alike than I thought we'd be. It must be in our blood. And then after saying that, you're kind of an asshole. You're a better person than you let on. I'm not a good person, Cranky. Let's see. Just go like, the police are really on my ass. Don't tell them that I put the cocaine in. I haven't Dustin hide the cocaine. Or it's curtains for me. I'm supposed to have dinner at Reese's place. Do you know him? Reese? Oh yeah, the dude that used to hang out with Kanika and Stella. Kind of remember him. Quiet, smelled kind of weird, stopped coming to school at one point. I guess he got sick or something? I know his mom better than I know him. She's been everybody's doctor for as long as I can remember. She's intimidating. I've always liked her. Guess that's not hereditary, though. Reese always seemed like a bit of a wet blanket to me. I know I've already asked, but can you tell me what the deal is with you and Stella now that we're hanging out? Alright, fine. We were close in high school. Really, really close. We'd have sleepovers a few nights a week, spend all night watching monster movies and eating chips, and... Anyway, Herland didn't like her. I'd always have to lie and say I was going over to her place to study. When we graduated, it was impossible to see her anymore. There were no more excuses to go study, and I was too busy learning the ropes at the mine. Herland made sure my every waking minute was occupied. I didn't have time for friends. But I never needed friends before meeting Stella, so it was easy enough to slip back into that mindset and try to move on. You should hang out with her again. It's not like Herland can stop you, and she misses you. Tabitha takes another sip of her cream soda, avoiding eye contact. That doesn't look like avoiding eye contact. I guess there isn't anything standing between us anymore. That hadn't really occurred to me yet. I don't think she'd like me now. A lot has changed. I haven't been very kind to her. I don't think I can fix that. Still, it'd be nice to try. Catch the hint of a smile at the edge of her lips before she tamps it back down into her trademark scowl. Do you want me to try and get you in with Kanika? Please, if she's anything like me, that would only make her hate me more. I have dignity, Cranky. You had some harsh things to say about Oscar last night. Do you really believe what you said? I do. Some people shouldn't have kids. What do you think of Avery? Who? I like how we could ask about everyone, despite the fact that Tabitha probably doesn't even have any idea who they are. Avery works at the diner, wears plant shirts. I have no idea who you're talking about. Are you sure you don't want to talk about Wayne? Yeah, sorry. It's a sore spot for me. Like I said, I don't know who's following you around, but it can't be him. Perlan sent him packing. He's gone. Perlan killed Wayne, and now he's back. Okay, boundaries respected. Thanks. We're not going to needle her too much about things. Do you know Sybil well? Everyone in town knows her. But I don't know if anyone actually knows her well. Why did you hire Janie? Perlan hired Janie. She was my babysitter before she started cleaning the estate. The police are really on my ass. I wouldn't really worry about them. Our family is the law around these parts. So you should do your best to stay on my good side. Oh, well, that's definitely... That has an ominous undertone. Are you coming ghost hunting with us tonight? Is that actually happening? Stella will be there. But so will Kanika. I doubt she'd be thrilled to see me again. But there's no point arguing with you. If you're going to get up to any paranormal stuff, I'd better be there to save your skin if it gets hairy. Count me in. I've roped Tabitha into Scooby-Doo shenanigans. That should be like a major cousin bonded moment. Exactly, the blatant corruption. Thanks for taking me out here. Your phone buzzes before Tabitha has a chance to respond. I almost forgot it's Major Jimmy Day. Oh, Mayor Jimmy Day. Good excuse to head over to the library. We should check in with Oscar. Meet y'all there in half an hour. Totally blanked on that. Been having a weird foggy morning. Wild that they're still doing the Mayor Jimmy thing, even after last night. Do you think news has spread yet? But yeah, we should go see Oscar. See y'all soon. Somebody's popular. It's Mayor Jimmy Day? Ugh, what a ridiculous event. You know he's a dog, right? Did they fill you in on that little detail? We haven't had a human mayor in Scarlet Hollow since at least the early 1900s. We've been a dog mayor town since then. Hey, I can speak to the mayor. I can spread the news. Well, I guess it's more of like a festival thing since the mayor's a dog. Tabitha takes another sip of her soda, smirking. Everyone knows it's our family that holds the power in this town. Still, sounds like it could be kind of fun. Even I can admit it's funny watching everyone fawning over the little guy in his mayor getup. And if Stella's gonna be there, yeah, count me in. We can finish our sodas and head over. Haha! We're also having her get back to being friends with Stella. Yeah, exactly. We have to talk to the mayor. We can sound extra crazy. How do I look? It's been a while since I've been out in public like this. Kinda nervous. Excuse me, Miss Scarlet. Can I help you? Becka stares at you from a distance as the furious woman tears into Tabitha. This must be her mother. What the hell do you think you're doing down here, grinning like a buffoon after everything that happened last night? A mind collapse, almost killing my poor, sweet, innocent child, and you thought it was a good idea to retaliate by demoting my husband? We've gotten used to a new lifestyle. You can't just take that away from us for something that was your fault. I heard that one girl had to have her foot amputated. That could have been my child. I want to talk to the manager. Don't think I won't be pressing charges. Mom, please, you're embarrassing me. Shut up, Becka. Mommy is advocating for you. Oh, hey, welcome, Clover. Welcome to some Scarlet Hollow. Well, hopefully your day is going well. Your husband told your daughter it was safe to go into that mine. Of course he was demoted. I'm right here. Even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered if the entrance to that mine was actually secured. They'll be hell to pay, Tabitha Scarlet. Mark my words. Ah, Gazella, thank you for the sub. What legal grounds do you think you even have? There are signs the place was boarded up. I did my legal duty. You don't have a leg to stand upon. So don't try to threaten me. Hey, I think it's Rosalina who doesn't have a leg to stand upon. Maybe that's too soon. Mom, can we just go, please? If I were you, I'd listen to your brat. You haven't heard the last from us. You'll see. She's going to become the main villain of this series. We get through all the paranormal stuff, and then Becca's mom just comes out with like a knife and like charges you. The woman storms off just as quickly as she stormed in, Becca following at the distance. God damn it, she's right. You can't just hang around town the day after something like that. It doesn't look right. Dagnabbit, we were actually bonding, and of course something has to happen. I should be up there, even if it's just to oversee what's going on. I'm supposed to run this place. I've got to get my head in the game. I can't slip up like this again. Tabitha sighs, straightening up. Her scowl returns. Stay out of trouble. I'll see you at the library tonight. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna get a choice. Like, do you save Becca's mom or not? And I feel like it's gonna be like those Telltale things where it's like 99% of people are like, nah, just leave it to die. Or she will die from sleep apnea too. What are we doing now? Making like a voodoo doll of Becca's mom? I'll be surprised if that's actually a possibility. Hey, welcome, Brian. She should call some professionals. I've heard this group in New York. Your cousin turns and heads back to her car, leaving you alone on Main Street. Aha! We've been put on a long leash. You enter the library alone. It's busier than usual. A small crowd has formed in a corner, the main foyer. Yes, you're here. Surprised to see you here, Cranky. I have expected you to have skipped town. Yes, the whole gang's here. I've been waiting to introduce Cranky to the mayor for like the entire time I've known him. I've never gotten to introduce someone to the mayor before. It'll be worth it. Trust us. Alright, shall we? Oh, he's got a funny little hat, too, and a tie. Yep, he's a dog. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and his fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. He's even got security. I'd like to see someone try and dog nap them. Oh, they even got the little pictures of other dogs in the back. That's even better. Alright, 10 out of 10. This is already, like, a great episode. And unless you're mistaken, a serious man by his side is Deputy Franklin, one of the policemen you spoke to following your encounter in the woods on Monday. The mayor's little nose starts twitching as you approach. His doggy eyes shine with a curious intensity. What have you got? You have got something wet and nutty. Offer him a campaign contribution. I'm not sure if this is like the maximum amount of donations we can give to someone. You hold out your now slightly rancid bag of boiled peanuts. The mayor's nose twitches eagerly at the strong odor. Oh, and Deputy Franklin just like lowered the glasses with a scowl. And then he's on him in a flash, ripping through the plastic and devouring the soft-shelled legumes. Yes! You know, I do feel kind of disappointed because now it looks like we won't have the bag of peanuts to offer other people. Drop it, sir. Drop it! Okay, it was worth it just for this screen. The security detail tries to tear him away, but it's too late. The peanuts are already eaten. Thank you for the generous campaign donation. Oh hey, you finally got rid of those things. Thank God. You better hope those nuts settle well. The mayor gets any tummy trouble after eating your disgusting pocket peanuts, there'll be hell to pay. Why, I never. Now you see what I mean. Not so much as begging before he dove right for the snacks. You're right. But okay, I will point out we're now besties with the mayor. We've got an insight into the authority around town. Even if it's really Tabitha. So, mission accomplished. Achievement earned. Good ending established. So you see, we'll get like the second best ending with Tabitha. The one where we're like besties, but I can't get her to accept the bag of boiled peanuts. I've smelled those peanuts on you since day one, and you never saw me become such an animal over them. Good morning, citizen. I don't believe we met. He holds out his paw as if to shake your hand. Hey, aren't you Deputy Franklin? You take his little paw in your hand, but the burly security detail stops you. No paw shaking, only head pats and ear scratches allowed. I must apologize for my security detail. He has my best interests at heart, but it can be a little gruff at times. Hey, aren't you Deputy Franklin? Not when I'm off duty. Mayor scoffs. Off duty, the services you render for me are more important than your police work. Yes, now we can be crazy. Mr. Mayor, there's something very serious going on in town. We need your help. Murmurs stir in the crowd behind you as you relay the danger to the mayor. Of course, the pet disappearances. I've been made aware of the situation. What do you expect me to do about it? It's autumn. That's tourist season in Scarlet Hollow. I can't turn away the lifeblood of this town, not with the mine faltering the way it is. There was a mine collapse last night. I don't need any more news of disaster coming out of Scarlet Hollow. Do you understand? So you know there are monsters laying eggs in the local animals and you're just gonna let it happen? Laying eggs? Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure that whatever is causing these disappearances is just a bear or a mountain lion. Oh, we actually did convince Stella that there are mountain lions. Tourism sees no one comes here. Yeah, that's pretty much true. But hey, maybe the mayor is referring to me. And if they get a second tourist, then they've just increased tourism by 100%. We've all smelled them up in those hills. They'll move on soon enough. This is a southern town. Plenty of people are armed around these parts. They'll take care of the problem before it gets out of hand. And in the meantime, it's best not to cause a panic. I'm a pillar of this community. It's my job to project strength to my constituents. I've heard just about enough from you, Jimmy. Look at you, putting on a show in front of your adoring fans, while the dogs of this town are snatched up by monsters in the woods, hoping the humans will clean it all up for you. When are you finally going to do something meaningful for the hairier citizens of Scarlet Hollow? Now, Miss Gretchen, there's no need. Scraps would never let those things prowl the woods for so long. And yet you sit back, waiting for the humans to notice, and letting more innocent dogs suffer. You know I almost lost my life to those things the other night, and my goodness, haven't you heard about poor Duke? Now, Gretchen, a lot of those were old dogs. It's fair of me to assume they simply went to the big farm upstate. Don't you dare talk to me about old dogs. I guess every politician is corrupt and cowardly, even the actual dogs. She's got a good point, Mr. Mayor. You're damn right I do. Scraps would have been out in those woods at the first sign of trouble, tearing out the throats of any creatures who dared threaten the dogs of Scarlet Hollow. Yet here he is posing for the little rectangle. For the little rectangles like nothing is wrong in this town. Gretchen squirms in Stella's arms, straining to get at Mayor Jimmy. Hey, whoa, Gretchen, calm down, old girl. You're gonna pull a muscle. Mr. Franklin, I think now is a good time to dispose of this riffraff. Miss Richmond, I'm gonna have to ask you and your dog to step away from the mayor. I should have known better. These two have never been able to get along. Cranky, you've got to fill me in on their feud later. I've always been curious about why Gretchen gets so fussy near Mayor Jimmy. Stella walks off, still struggling to hold Gretchen as she shouts insults back at Jimmy. Ingrate, ne'er-do-well, you dog! Kanika is quick to follow. It looks like everyone else is already talking to Oscar in the next room. Well, the good thing is, if we're ever out of a job, we can always work as a secretary to the mayor, I guess. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. Mystical, it's hard to put a finger on it, but something compels you to dislike him. So he's the creepy, pastor. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. I take it you're cranky. Everyone's been buzzing about you. I'm so sorry about your aunt, but I'm sure she's in a better place now. Possibly hell. Let's not kid ourselves, we both know Berland's in hell. I feel like that if you wanted to do a jerk kind of playthrough, this would be a great line. Oh, that's a great line also as well. Oh, you must be the creepy pastor I've been hearing about. The mayor is a huckster and a fraud. That bastard cares more about tourism than the fate of the town. The pastor goes quiet for a second, his face suddenly white as a sheet. The smile fades from his face as he stares at you intently, studying your expression. You too? He glances to either side before continuing. I thought I was the only one. Please, come visit me at the church soon. Seems like we might have a lot to talk about. He hurries off, suddenly quiet and serious. Nothing to do now but catch up with your companions. Oh my god! Poor Rosalina. I can't even imagine how scary this has been for her. She seems in high spirits right now, but they've got her on some pretty strong pain medication, so I'm not sure how she's going to feel when that wears off. Yeah, I've picked both Mystical and Talk to Animals. But Mystical said that something compels you to dislike him, so it sounds like that he can also talk to animals? When he said you too? But, like, is he cursed or something so that everyone just hates him? And it was the whole foot? Yeah, it's bad. But she's alive. We'll both be able to move on from this. We just have to get through the tough parts first. We're here for you, man. Thank you, all of you. Everything feels like it happened so fast. I know our whole lives have changed, but it's taken my mind a little bit to catch up. I feel like such a mess. I hope it isn't keeping me from being the dad she needs right now. I mean, it's more Tabitha that thinks he's the bad dad. Sorry to cut our conversation short, but I'd better get going. I was only supposed to come back to pick up a few things, but then the hospital called and said there'd be some big bus accident on the highway, and they need the bed, so I have to come pick her up. Even though our house is still haunted, and the only place she can lie down until then is the dirty back room that drove her away in the first place, and Mayor Jimmy Day is happening. Sorry. Hey, welcome, Orthodox. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Welcome to some Scarlet Hollow. As we get in with creepy shenanigans that we're up to each day. Just a little overwhelmed. It's okay, Oscar. We're here to help. Yeah, we're gonna get that ghost. We could always go ahead and do a Ghostbuster, whatever we're calling it, while you're out. But she'd be able to go right back to her old room as soon as she got back. That's probably a good idea, right? If only, but it doesn't come out during the day. So any busting attempts are gonna have to wait until nightfall. I'm still not even sure we can get rid of it at all. I think I'd have to see for myself that it was gone. It managed to trick me a couple times, and I can't handle any more surprises right now. I've got every ghost hunting device known to man. You're in good hands, Oscar. We have the power of friendship. We have the power of friendship on our side. Heck yeah, we do. If anime has taught me anything, it's that the power of friendship is unstoppable. That's a lovely sentiment. I'm sure Rosalina will at least be glad to know you all did your best to help her. I'm heading out. It should be dark by the time we get back, so I suppose I'll see you all then. Exactly, gotta have more hijinks. More shenanigans, more Scooby-Doo capers. Oscar hurries off, car keys jingling as he jogs out the door. Let's head up to Reese's. Maybe we can get him to come ghost hunting with us. No. You're not gonna try to get Dr. Kelly to let him leave the house, are you? She'll kick us out for even asking. I wonder if he even knows what happened last night. I don't know how disconnected he is from the news around town. Geez, should we tell him? Gosh, I don't know. Maybe we just play it by ear. Anyway, shall we? Time to go. So, about the mayor. Right, you seem to have some choice words for him. I like the cut of his jib. It's good to see someone willing to keep things orderly during a time of crisis. You should vote for Scrap's next election. That's who Gretchen supports. He's corrupt. That dog cares more about tourism money than protecting the town. Does Scarlet Hollow even get tourists? Kaniga laughs. We get a few. Who all come to see the mayor. The plot thickens. So I finally met Pastor Daniel. It was only a matter of time until he tried to pull you aside about grief counseling. When my dad died, I had to ban him from the general store for a week. He wouldn't stop leaving those little pamphlets at the checkout. I don't know where he finds so many. I think he comes off as a little weird because he shares my gift. Wait, you don't mean... Yeah, he corroborated some of the things the mayor told me. Okay, assuming for a minute that both you and Pastor Daniel have the magical power of speaking to animals, I don't think that's enough to explain how weird the guy is. For instance, you don't make my skin crawl. He does. I wonder how many people out there share your gift. There's so many implications. I'm going to continue to pretend that Cranky is just really good at reading animal body language. I don't think I can handle any more world-shattering revelations this week. I wonder if the pastor's cursed. I felt something odd when he came up to me, and the way everyone dislikes him seems excessive. Unnaturally excessive. I know this is weird coming from me, but not everything in this town has to be spooky for supernatural reasons. Sometimes people just give off bad vibes. Yeah, it probably is time to hydrate. 1 second. There we go. Agreed. We're allowed to dislike him even though he hasn't done anything wrong. That we know of. Oh, before I forget, I invited Tabitha to come ghost hunting. You invited her? Even after last night? I mean, if anything, I thought she was actually pretty helpful. Stella, last night was a disaster. For all we know, Tabitha just escalated things. Kanika sighs. Alright, it happened. Let's not get into it. If we're lucky, she'll be too busy at the mines to even show. Aw, don't say that, Neeks. We're lucky she will show, and the two of you will finally get along. What about inviting Avery? Oh, aha. Sure, I guess. The more the merrier, right? Maybe there'll be an extra voice of reason. We won't be much help to Oscar if we start jumping at our own shadows. Cool, I'll text them on the way over to Reese's. Alright, shall we head out? The three of you leave the library for an early dinner at Reese's. You once again find yourself in front of Reese's house. A cold hesitation grips you as the building looms over the hilltop. Though it's only the early afternoon, it feels much later. The sun already sinking behind the tall mountains that surround Scarlet Hollow. We're a little early. What if Dr. Kelly yells at us? Didn't she also tell you not to bring the dog? There's no such thing as early when you're hanging out with friends. That's just extra time you get to spend together. Okay, but what if she yells at us? It's too late. The door swings open. Hey! Reese! Oh my god, dude, it's been ages. You must be Cranky, right? I've heard a lot about you. Stella's been relentless about making sure I got all the Cranky updates. My goodness gracious, there's something that smells terribly off about that boy. Get away from my Stella, you fiend! Gretchen starts yelping at Reese, straining against Stella's grip as she tries to get between them. Are they here already? I knew you'd show up early, Stella. And you brought the dog. Great. Yeah, I thought she might cheer Reese up. I don't know what's gotten into her all of a sudden. The dog stays outside. But it's okay, Stella. We can let her chill in my van for a bit. I'll run the AC and leave her some treats. You know I always have some of those easy-chew dog jerkies stashed away. The gall! The gumption! This is a violation of my rights! But we go everywhere together. Do you want to come in or not? Kanika nervously tugs Stella away towards her van. You keep her safe from that monster, Cranky, you hear? You don't let a feather of harm fall upon my darling Stella. Well, what about you, Cranky? Are you coming in? Gretchen called you a monster, Reese. Any idea what's up with that? Let's do it. We can sound extra crazy. Gretchen called you a monster, Reese. Any idea what's up with that? No clue. She's never liked me. Reese doesn't do well with dogs. Now come on in. Let's get this over with. Oh, maybe Dr. Kelly has like a creepy Tabitha smile. You follow Reese and Dr. Kelly inside. Stella and Kanika aren't far behind you. The house feels cold. Not only is there an odd chill in the air, but the building itself feels too sterile. uncomfortably tidy to the point where you're nervous to touch anything. If it weren't for the aroma of store-bought dinner rolls baking in the oven and the unsettling artwork hanging on the walls, you'd be half convinced you'd wander into a real estate showing. So, how can I lend a hand? By sitting down at the table and not puttering around in my kitchen. I made sure everything was done well in advance, so the only thing left are the rolls, which shouldn't be long. Then we can have a quick dinner and you can leave my house and go on about your business. But I was kind of hoping to see Reese's new art. We still have time now, right? You aren't seriously considering subjecting your friends to your disaster of a room, are you? It's not that bad. You can still see the floor. Dr. Kelly raises a single questioning eyebrow. Yeah, I feel like they would get along. I don't mind a little mess. Yeah, I doubt it could be any worse than the way I keep my room. Yes, okay, fine. As long as you stay out of the kitchen, I don't care what you get up to. Cool, we'll just be downstairs. You won't even know we're here. The motion alarms say otherwise as Dr. Kelly retreats to the kitchen. You make your way towards the basement stairs. Oh, this is, a bit messy. It's got some, lovely creepy art, too. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all his time confined to a studio. Discarded canvases line its edges, while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corner of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering out at their creator. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, which I guess makes sense. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately. Haven't been cleaning much. So, has Stella told you about everything that's been happening the past couple days? Oh, she's told me a bit about what you guys found out there. I wish I could see some of it myself, but you know... He gestures in futility towards the walls of the basement. Are you sure you can't just sneak out one of these nights? The doc isn't keeping me prisoner here, Stella. I'm sick. You know that. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to... There's nothing to apologize for, and I appreciate the effort. Really, I do. There's just nothing you can really rescue me from. That die's been cast already. But we were talking about the past couple days, weren't we? Do you have any thoughts on the ditchlings we've been seeing? Yeah. They've been coming up to my window at night. Wait, really? Is that why you texted me that they looked like something out of your nightmares? Yeah, I thought I was hallucinating. I hadn't put it together that we might have been seeing the same thing until just now. I've been sketching them, actually. Tell me what you think. Pretty good. He pulls out a sketchbook from one of the piles in his room. Okay, that's exactly what I saw on my way home last night. What does it mean that they've been lurking around here, though? I don't know, but I like the company. They're kind of beautiful in a sad way, if you ask me. Agree to disagree with you there. Those things are going to be stuck in my nightmares until the day I die. Do you think the town is doomed? I think everything is probably doomed at some point, but I guess that's answering a different question. Do I think the town of Scarlet Hollow is on the brink of collapse? Probably not, but it's not like I have a lot of perspective on what it's like out there. There could be rioting on Main Street, and if Stella or the doc didn't tell me, I just wouldn't know. I would totally tell you if there was a riot. Would Dr. Kelly tell you, though? I mean, yeah, I hope so. But the point I'm trying to make is that other people are my eyes out there. What do you think of my cousin? She was always so distant and mean. I probably would have thought she had it out for me, personally, if she wasn't like that towards everyone. Or if I thought she even knew my name. But people change. Maybe she's nicer now. She's still terrible. You guys just never took the chance to get to know her. She's actually really funny and sweet. I'll pass, thanks. Yes. There might be problems with this relationship. What do you think is going on with Wayne? Who? You know, that guy who's been following Cranky around, being all ominous? Oh yeah, that slasher creep. I appreciate the classic Jason vibe he has going on. Here's hoping he doesn't live up to the look, for all our sakes. Your whole situation's gotta be rough. Sorry. Thanks, but I've been dealing with this thing for a while, so you don't have to feel sorry for me. I've come to terms with the way the rest of my life is going to be. You're so macabre, Reese. You make it sound like you've been sentenced to death. You haven't, right? Not exactly. No one really knows what's wrong with me, but it's been getting worse. I can barely keep most food down. My skin always itches like there are worms crawling underneath it. I could live for a long time or a short time, no one's sure. But I'm definitely not going to get better. Whatever time I have left is going to be miserable. So, I've done my mourning. My best years are behind me. My future is unknowable. But one day I'll end up in a pine box just like everyone else, and I'm okay with that. Damn, Reese. I may be a goth, but that's some real nihilistic shit. Make sure to come by more often from here on out. Friendship heals all wounds, right? Thanks, guys. But you really shouldn't worry about me. I have my art. I'm doing fine, really. What's your diagnosis, if you don't mind my asking? I don't mind. The answer isn't very illuminating. It's not one particular thing, but a whole mess of nasty little things that add up to one big diagnosis of bad genes. Guess I pulled the losing card in the DNA lottery. And hey, it isn't all bad. Some of it is just weird, like this. Reese pulls on the skin of his arm. It stretches unnaturally. Beginning to understand what Gretchen was saying. Hyperelasticity. Kinda cool, right? Whoa. Does that not hurt? Nope, it feels fine. Like I said, it gets itchy under the skin sometimes, but I don't know if that's the elasticity, the medicine, or some other part of my condition. Your art. Mystical. Each piece exudes a sickening miasma. It's like you can feel something squirming behind the paint, the brush strokes acting as steel bars, trapping some anguish being within. I feel the emotions you put into these. They're writhing just behind the paint, radiating pain and anguish. I know what you mean. I feel it too. It could be. I guess we're gonna find out. We've gotta have something. You can't just set this all up and then leave us hanging. When I'm working on them, it's like I'm channeling whatever's plaguing me into the paint. And when they're done, I feel like I've been emptied out, and all the vile things inside of me have been sealed away in the canvas. That's why I make so many of them. Sometimes, when I return to a piece, it's almost like I'm offering an invitation for those feelings to slither back under my skin. There are some pieces I can't even look at. I hide them until I forget they exist. I'd rather not let those particular feelings back in. Sounds kind of like therapy? That seems healthy, probably. Yeah, art therapy. Sounds like it does you good. Being empty must be better than full of bad thoughts, right? I think so. It works for me, at least. So you three go way back, huh? Almost to the womb. School here is a tiny kindergarten through 12th grade. Not exactly a one-room schoolhouse, but not far from it. We're lucky we all got along as much as we did. Some kids weren't able to make any friends their own age. Ditchlins, these three ditchlins. Three ditchlins in a trench coat. Is it going to be like the thing where we get into a car and then it's like, Reese, quick, drive us out of here, and then it turns and it's just the ditchlins in a trench coat. They just happen to be born around the same time as some real jerks, and we're stuck with them through their whole school career. Poor kids. Not that we were free from dealing with jerks, like a certain Scarlet I could name. Okay, she was a little rough around the edges, but she was pretty friendly when you got past that. Maybe to you. The way she used to look at me, you'd think I rolled in something foul every morning before school. Same here, but to be fair, the feeling was more mutual between us. She deserved it, though. Oh, if you need someone to pose for your paintings, like you could do it with, like, my face removed. That's quite a movie collection you got. Any Rex? Let me think. Have you heard of Shi no Chi, Death Blood? I saw that for the first time recently, and it blew me away. Excellent example of both Japanese horror and found footage done right. We could even put it on after dinner if you guys are interested. Damn, I would usually be down for that, but we've got to head over to Oscar's after this. We promised we'd ghostbust his place. He's apparently been dealing with a bad haunting. And I feel like we should really be there for him tonight, considering everything that's happened. He and Rosalina both need our support right now. We could always ditch. I'll take a rain check on that movie, though. Yeah, we'll definitely come by for a movie night this week. I'm free tomorrow night. Same goes for Cranky. I should probably work tomorrow, but I can close up early. Want to come ghost hunting with us tonight? Oh wow, do you think you'd be down for that? We'd love to have you. That would be so amazing, but I haven't had the best luck leaving the house lately. Even just walking to town is enough to put me in bed for a week. It sucks. But make sure you bring your camera, Stella. I want to see everything that happens. Let's see. You need someone to pose for your paintings this week. That's so kind of you to offer. If you're okay with hanging out at weird hours, I'd love for you to come by and sit for me. It's been a long time since I was able to draw anyone but myself, and I'd really appreciate the company. I wonder if he's going to do like one of those sketches where it's like your face is melting off or something? Like he doesn't draw normal things, it's all just horrible stuff. Your mom really looks out for you, maybe a little too much. That's one way to look at it, I guess. It's possible she's got a bit of an edge lately. I think my condition has been stressing her out a lot. It used to be something she thought she could fix, but I think she's kind of accepted that it's just something we have to manage. Maybe like one of your French girls. That would be a very curious development. Besides, I don't think that this is like that these various figures are like one's French girls. But even if she is a little harsh, she means well. It's like you said, she's just looking out for me. Oh, there's a flirt option. I guess that... Wait, then why did we get the flirt option with the pose in? I know you think you need her, but there are plenty of people out there who'd love to dote on you. So you can either flirt with him, or you can see, like, maybe like older women. We're gonna, like, go with neither. I guess Kanika has a point, though. She's a little controlling. Did you know she turned us away yesterday? She said we couldn't even talk to you. You came by yesterday. She didn't tell me. But I was probably asleep, that's all. She didn't want to wake me up. I don't think that's her being controlling or anything. Oh, hey, welcome, Scott. Well, hopefully you enjoyed Curse 2. I'm sure Disaster Squad likes hearing more people have checked out the series. Not to cast any doubt on that, but she did say I couldn't bring you any food. She knows that's how I show my friends how much I appreciate them. She knows I can work around all kinds of allergies and intolerances. Not gonna lie, it felt weird. I don't know, my body is pretty particular when it comes to food. She just prefers to have full control over what I eat, so... okay, maybe that does sound controlling. But it's for a good reason. If I eat the wrong thing, it could really mess me up, so she has to regulate my food. Reese's mom shouts from the kitchen. Dinner's on the table. Guess that's it for catching up. Ah, gotcha. Oh wait, did I miss a creepy shadow? I think it was a painting, but it could have been a creepy shadow. Make sure you all wash your hands with soap. I don't want anyone sharing the germs. Sure thing, Doc. Lie. I'm allergic to soap and can't wash my hands. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to the combat in Curse 2, but once you get the hang of it, it's not that bad. You make your way towards the sink, but are stopped in your tracks by the pull of an odd door at the end of the hallway. Dr. Kelly, why do you got strange, people moaning behind this door? It feels out of place, like you've accidentally wandered into a different, older house. But more than that, you feel something radiating out from behind it, something dark and cold. Mystical, you've felt this before, in the dusty tunnels you so narrowly escaped last night. An oppressive hum, like a muted scream heard through layers of rock, trying to draw you towards it. You feel lightheaded. You are compelled to approach the door, drawn in as if hypnotized. Mystical, something wants you to find it. That is a lot of open the doors. How far does this thing go? Oh, Mystical, snap yourself out of it. Oh, this is like with Slay the Princess, where if you try to rescue her in the first chapter, you get one option that's not to actually go through with it. Let's try and Mystical ourselves. You do your best to snap yourself out of it, turning into the bathroom and dutifully washing your hands before joining your companions at the table. Ah, see that? But it's like the reverse of a cool thing. That made it more bland. I should have just been compelled. Why you have creepy doors in your place, Dr. Kelly? Dinner is already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food. Stella is nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. She sits opposite you, at the far head of the table, her features silhouetted against the light of the setting sun in the window behind her. Pills. She slides a few tablets towards Reese. He obediently swallows them. This is excellent, Dr. Kelly. Is the pasta sauce homemade? No, it's from a jar. I work too many hours to make my own pasta sauce. Well, you have an excellent taste in brands. And if you ever want any tips on easy home-cooked pasta sauces, you know No thanks, Stella. I have the internet if I need recipes. Thanks again for having us, Dr. Kelly. We really appreciate it. What? I think I saw a video online about a family like yours. Turns out the mom was poisoning her kid for 18 years. That is a very strange thing to bring up. Huh. Now, I wasn't thinking that at first, but now you're making me think it. I think I saw a video online about a family like yours. It turns out the mom had been poisoning her kid for 18 years. The dinner table goes quiet. Oh yeah, I think I saw that one too. Wild stuff. Is that so? This is where she goes well, I poisoned your food too. And then you drop dead. The silence returns. Seconds feel drawn out like minutes. Aside from Reese's mom staring down the table, nobody is making eye contact with anyone else. Oh, I guess she's got daggers for eyes. Oh, and you just move on as if nothing... You can't make me start something that's an indirect accusation and then just backtrack entirely. Yeah, the danger. Let's see. Do you know Sam Wayne? Sam Wayne? Dr. Kelly takes a moment to think. No, doesn't ring a bell. Someone you know? Someone who's been following Cranky around. Super mysterious guy. We have reason to believe he might have caught some kind of weird illness at the mines. He definitely looks like he could use medical help, so please let us know if he shows up or anything. If there's someone harassing you, you should get the police involved. This isn't any of my business. Have there been any strange illnesses spreading around town? What? No. Are you sure you haven't met with any miners who had unusual symptoms? Anyone who seems sort of drippy? Or strangely ominous when they talk? Sorry to pry, just doing my due diligence. Absolutely not. I've barely seen so much as a runny nose, which is a good thing. If you're so concerned about the mine, why don't you just have Cranky ask Tabitha? I have no interest in violating HIPAA for your weird little investigation into nothing. Have you seen any sick animals lately? I'm a doctor, not a vet. Didn't someone come in with a sick cow last week? Yes, but it's not like I examined the thing. I told them what I just told you and sent them on their way. You said it had lumps. Sure, it had lumps, but I assume it was suffering from some cow disease. It's not something I've done much research on, so I don't know how normal it is for a cow to be covered in lumps. Doesn't that sound like... Ditchlands, are no farm animals safe from their devious clutches? I feel like that as Stella says that, she like pulls out her phone and starts streaming that, and then just immediately stops. Dr. Kelly, in Stella's footage, it looked like there was something pupating inside one of Duke's chickens. I bet those were the lumps on the cow. You really should have taken a look. You could have made discoveries previously unknown to the scientific world. Or I could have spread some new horrible disease to my chronically ill son. I'll leave these discoveries to someone else. The more you talk, the less you feel like you're having a conversation. The more you feel like you're treading on eggshells. Have the police contacted you about Duke's body yet? Last I heard, they still haven't found it. Body? I was under the impression he was just missing. No, Duke, he definitely died. I saw the footage. And I saw it for myself in person. So did Cranky. He's not missing. How the hell did that happen? Stella said it was those things in the woods. The ditchlands. They made him misfire. Ditchlands? Oh, I see. This was for one of your videos, huh? Oh, it could be both. What if it was a Lego in an eggshell? Then you could have the worst of both worlds. Reese, you should know better than to let any credence to Stella's little cryptozoology stories. I don't doubt that something happened to him, but I'm sure there were no little ghouls involved. I've seen them, Mom. Outside my window at night. They're real. You don't have to talk to me like I'm a kid. I might be sick, but I'm still capable of reason, okay? Are you sure they aren't just raccoons, or... Stop. Stop doubting everything I say. Stop trying to rewrite things I tell you to fit what you think should be true. There's weird shit going down in Scarlet Hollow. The tension at the dinner table reaches a breaking point. Alright, that's enough. Dr. Kelly is interrupted by Reese before she can finish her thought. So, we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week. Well, Cranky is still in town. We have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure it'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever going to change. I'm sick every day, and I'm not getting better. I don't want to spend the last few miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone, just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I'm an adult, for God's sake. I can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends over. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try and fix... Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes shoot open. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Damn it. I knew it. I knew this would be too much. Everyone, get out of my house. Please. Just leave us alone. Stop trying to interfere with his life. All it does is hurt him more. But we can't just leave him like this. Now is when he needs friends the most. No, now is when he needs me the most. I'm his doctor and his mother. I know you care about him. I know that, and he knows it too. But all any of you would do is get in the way. So just, please, leave. Don't think we don't know something is up here. Don't think we don't know something is up here. Do we? I don't care what you think. I just want you out so I can take care of my son. The three of you are rushed to the door. We'll be back, Reese. I hope you feel better soon. Dr. Kelly shuts the door in your faces. The click of a lock signals the end of your dinner at Reese's. Do you really think Reese's mom is poisoning him? If she is, I swear to God. You wouldn't. That's just so horrible. Who could do something like that to their own kid and for so long? No, there's no way. Y'all are barking up the wrong tree. It seems far-fetched, and it's definitely rare. I don't think we can rule it out. Ooh, mystical. What a lovely dinner. I didn't even get to finish my food. The door to the clinic felt like it had the same pull on me as the carving in the mines. Do you think something's back there? Another one of those carvings is somewhere in there. I'm certain of it. Okay, that'd be really weird. If we find it, do you think you'd get another vision? I'm just spitballing here, but I wonder if what that carving showed you last night is related to the ditchlands. You're not suggesting we go poking around in there, are you? Of course I am. Maybe tomorrow. I am not breaking into Dr. Kelly's clinic based on a bad vibe Cranky got. Do you think Reese might have a supernatural affliction? Like, related to what you felt in there? If he did, why wouldn't Dr. Kelly have it? It makes more sense if he just has a genetic condition, assuming there isn't any foul play. She's just overprotective. I'm sure that's all that's going on. She has every right to be. I mean, the poor guy took 2 bites of food and got sick immediately. I can't imagine what that's like for both of them to go through. Look, I'm just saying, maybe there's more to their dynamic than just him being sick. But it's not like there's much we can do about it right now. We could probably go back and forth on this for a while. Let's grab Gretchen and get going. Sun is setting and we wouldn't want to miss a second of ghost action. Stella hurries off down the hill, almost as if to run away from what just happened. You and Kanika follow her down the slowly darkening street. Lit by the orange hues of the setting sun, the library feels different. What was once a quaint building in a small town now stands as an imposing structure, its walls holding something that stares back at you with menace. Oh, I think I see a ditch. It's on the roof. Way back in there. Oh, it looks like there's more, like, by the statue. Ominous. Bad shit's about to go down. Maybe Kanika is right. Maybe ghosts aren't real. The rest of tonight is going to be a pleasant break from the events of the past few days. His ditchland's over here being like, nope, not at all. Oh, and there's one more. Yeah, now I see that one, Dina. Mystical, but you know that's not the case. There's something old and powerful in there, and you can feel it stir as the sun sets and daylight fades away. Hey, welcome, Chan. I'm just a fellow who's playing video games. We're playing Scarlet Hollow today. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Enter the library. Oh, well, at least the cat's still there. Hopefully we can pet them. Just as its exterior was intimidating in the setting sun, the inside of the library is dark, its shadows deep and foreboding. The meet and greet with the mayor ended quite some time ago, and the throngs of visitors took whatever joy was in this place with them as they left. I guess that's a good question for anyone as to why we're here. Well, thank you. That is very kind of you to say. Hey, Oscar, are you back yet? Shh, you can't yell in a library. It's against the rules. It's after hours. Rules only apply before 5 p.m. Now it's our domain. Hey, you're just in time. Rosalina's situated in the back room. Lexus is going to keep her company while we hopefully get this all sorted out. I'd love for her to be able to sleep in her own bed tonight. How is she doing? She's not quite as chipper as when she was on stronger meds, but she's still doing surprisingly well. Alexis has been by her side nonstop. She's been a really good friend. Rosalina and I are both lucky to have her right now. I'm glad she's back home at least. We'll be able to get her back into her real home in no time. I'd like to think that, like, it's one of those things where you enter, and then, like, the chair has his back turned to you, and then you're like, Oscar? And then it turns, and it's just another ditchland. I've come fully loaded. Got my EMF reader, temperature gauge, spirit box, infrared camera, UV light, video camera, salt, flashlights for everyone in case the ghost messes with the electricity, parabolic microphone, Sharpies and paper for automatic writing, matches and candles for rituals. Man, Stella is like the MVP with like phasmophobia. And you've got your specter sniffing compatriot. You've got your specter sniffing compatriot at your side too. This nose can sniff out any ne'er-do-well we might find, whether spirit or scoundrel. Oh, and a Ouija board. I know they're toys, but you never know what might come in handy. Wow, this is a lot of ghost hunting stuff for something that was so last minute. Do you just have the stuff ready to go in a bug-out bag or something? Of course I do. I actually stashed a couple bags here overnight after I got back from the mines. Excuse me? I wasn't about to carry everything around all day. This way we can go in light and pop out to grab more stuff once things start getting spooky. Yeah. Oh, let's hopefully the ghost isn't going to be hunting. Oh, it's a game in which we're visiting for the funeral of our aunt, and we are getting caught up in supernatural shenanigans each day. With the first day having the creatures that are foreboding doom for the town, and then the second time in a mine collapse. I may never have found any compelling evidence of ghosts, but that's not for lack of trying, and after last night, I'm more than ready to try again. Hey, hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Avery, glad you can make it. The more pairs of hands we have, the more equipment we can carry. Sure thing, always happy to offer a hand or two. Okay, you have a great night, Roro. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you aren't taking this as seriously as everybody else. I need someone else to be rational with. Whoa, is that an EMF reader? Never seen one in person. Look at all this stuff. Spirit box, parabolic microphone. Y'all really covered your bases. Oh no. Because the lone voice of reason. Well, actually, she might be able to... Maybe that's their bonded moment with Tabitha, that they both are the skeptics. Hey, I'm as rational as they come. I'm not just ready to rule out weird paranormal stuff. When people tell me they saw a ghost, who am I to say they didn't? I mean, y'all apparently saw some really unexplainable stuff on Monday. Now mine only collapsing again after 100 years while y'all were there? I'm just saying, anything seems possible right now. This whole town is one big supernatural death trap. Oh, there's an alien. We could go with aliens again. I wonder if you could just keep trying to say it's not supernatural, it's aliens, and if it might become a running gag. There's something back there. I can feel it. Really? This is so exciting. I can't wait to finally see a ghost. Yeah, exciting's a word. Is someone here for the thrill of being terrified? It's the word I'm here for. We'll see how you two feel about that once things get started. Yo! Don't rush off ghostbusting without Zane. No way I was going to forget your promise, Stella. No, he's no longer a side character. Or a minor character. Hey, welcome, Altair. Welcome to some Scarlet Hollow. Zane, glad you could make it. I was confronted with my own mortality for the first time yesterday, so I'm desperate for answers about the afterlife to ease my troubled mind. Now let's go mess with some ghosts. My oh my, this certainly is a lot of humans for one little old ghost hunt. I do hope this means my dear Stella will be safe this evening, and whatever foul creatures lurk in the shadows choose to prey on someone else. I hope my house is big enough for 6 ghost hunters at once. If this is everyone, we can go ahead and... That's everyone. Wait, what about Tabby? What about her? She's not here, let's get started. I guess she can catch up to us once she gets here. Well, if y'all are itching to get started, it's through the back. Follow me. Hey, human! Kick ghost ass, okay? All my stuff in there. I guess they left out an is. Looks like the sun has almost set. This is when stuff usually starts to kick off. I haven't been back inside for about a week, so I have no idea what to expect. Hey! You're not doing this without me. There's a ghost, I want to see it with my own eyes. Ah, doing pretty good. Hopefully your day is also going good. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. I tried to stop her, but she was really convincing. Oh, hi Zane, what's up? Yo! Rosalina, you're not supposed to be out of bed. The more the merrier. Let her come with us, it's her house too. Yes, I agree. It's best to give this pup the chance to face her obstacles head-on. Take it from an old soul like me. Yeah, I've done enough resting. It's not like hobbling around in the library is any different than hobbling around our house. I miss being there. I miss feeling home. Shouldn't be hobbling around at all. Just take it easy until you're more healed. I've got to learn to walk around eventually. Might as well start while I'm still on pain meds. And our house is one story. It's not like I'm climbing Everest. That's true, but I think that's more of a typo, Furrow. Oscar sighs. The answer is no, Rosa. You need to rest. As if. I can't get any rest in that crappy little back room. I want our house back. I'm coming with you. Crappy? Since when do you use language like that? And we have this taken care of. Nearly half the town is here to help. What are you gonna do, old man? You can't stop me. I'm injured, remember? I'm not that old. You better turn around or I'll ground you. Dad, I'm pretty sure I'm as grounded as I can get. And I'm fine. This doesn't even hurt. I don't feel anything. That's because you're on painkillers, Rosa. It doesn't mean that... But Rosalina ignores him, grimacing but confident as she hobbles forward on her crutches. Oscar says and does nothing to stop her. Okay. You all cross the threshold. You all cross over the threshold and enter Oscar's living room. Family photos line the walls, and stacks of books sit comfortably on wooden furniture. Mystical, and there's that feeling again. Like the mines, like the door to the clinic. A dusty, suffocating, dizzying feeling. Something is in this house. Though whether it's a ghost or something worse, you cannot know. Okay, looks pretty normal for now. I don't remember that picture being on the floor, but that could be non-supernatural. Oh, at the window? Oh, you're right, there's like the little ditchlings. You can barely see them, but they're there. None of my equipment is picking up anything around the picture. But I'll set up a camera in case it falls again. Could be important evidence. You might want to save your cameras for Rosalina's room. That's where I've seen the ghosts manifest. It's just down the hall. Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. They're finally... Yes! Seems I made it just in time. Let's get this show on the road. I don't have all night. Tabby! Great, she's here. Wow, Cranky, you really brought the whole gang together today. I have every right to be here, Kanika. My family built this place, you know. Yeah, I know. We all know. Cranky, what made you think inviting her was a good idea? What? I like her. We're friends. Oh, she was smirking before that. Really? Yeah, so what? Like it's weird to be friends with your cousin? Wow, Cranky. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get these two in the same room? This is amazing. Yeah, amazing. That's a word for it. Sounds like we're in for an interesting night. And also Zane. Yeah, I like how we have to clarify. It's the whole gang. And also Zane. I'm glad I didn't stay in the same town with the people I went to high school with. No wonder small towns have so much drama. Wonder if the ghosts will even show with this many people around. Oh dear, could someone please warm the air back up? My joints are creaking in this dreadful chill. Wait, is it just me or does it suddenly feel colder? It sure does. I definitely feel that. Same. I've got chills. The temperature gun says it's actually a couple of degrees colder. That's normal. Rooms and hallways are sometimes colder than other parts of the house. Whoa, a genuine cold spot. I gotta snap a pic for posterity. Is that it? This isn't very scary. Alright, yes! We can do a Scooby-Doo! Great, we found the ghost. Case closed. Good work, team. Damn it, that's great. Alright, we gotta pick the Scooby-Doo option. Yeah, I think it almost looks like Pixel as well. Hey, welcome, little gal. Alright, gang, I think we'll cover more ground if we split up and search for clues. Oh, if that's the case, then I call dibs on Cranky. In your dreams, Stella. Cranky is sticking with me. We'll search the least dangerous room, like a bathroom or a closet. No, absolutely not. I think we all know how that would go. Ghost or no, splitting up is always a recipe for disaster. Yeah, you're probably right. If we discover a ghost here, we should all discover it together. That's not exactly the angle I was going for, but okay. Yo, once we find the ghost, how are we going to get rid of it? Like, how does one bust such a thing? Well, my ghost hunting kit has symbols from every major religion. Assorted holy books, a bunch of salt, some jars for ectoplasm. And if worse comes to worse, we can always use the Ouija board to politely ask it to leave. Aren't Ouija boards super cursed? Are you sure that wouldn't make it mad or invite a demon into the house or something? Ouija boards are toys. The only power they have is scaring kids at slumber parties. Oh hey, well I'm glad that you enjoyed this one. I wanted to play this because I had played Slay the Princess and felt it was a good time to do it, since I hear they got an update to this for episodes 1 and 2 that came out on the 3rd, so it seemed like a perfect time to jump in. Sounds like fun to me. We might as well give it a try, right? What's the worst that could happen? We make the ghost mad and it gives us more evidence? Sounds like a win-win. Avery, you fool, this is phasmophobia. Do you want it to hunt? Although, you know, with so many victims to choose from, we might make it out okay. I think I'd rather not take the chance. One ghost is enough to deal with. I don't much like the thought of opening a door for something worse. Wow, you've never been this superstitious, Dad. This ghost really has you freaked out. Okay. Oscar takes a deep breath before continuing. Yeah, well, I'm definitely looking forward to being able to play the next episode whenever I finish these. The 3rd and 4th episode. Looking forward to the 5th one now. Let's head to Rosalina's room. Follow me. Because so far, this one's been really good. Whoa! This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Do you mean this massive blood stain? It stinks to high heaven. Eesh. That's gotta be tough to scrub out. Doesn't the county own this house? Do they know about the damaged carpet? Have you seen your house? I don't see how that's relevant. Kevin is like, no questions, please. No pointing out hypocrisy. Weird. I'm not getting anything. It's not even cold. It's the same temperature as the living room. Nothing on the EMF either. Then your equipment is wrong. The stain is definitely paranormal. I've scrubbed it out too many times to count, and it just keeps coming back. It's just a stain, Dad. Can't we just cover it back up? I don't mind sleeping in here. Maybe we have to scrub it out first. Could be that the paranormal stuff will activate if we give it a reason to. Oh, good idea. I've never heard of a bleach-activated ghost before. You don't use bleach to clean a carpet, Tabitha. Whatever. How was I supposed to know that? Not everybody gets to learn how to clean things. Y'all are offering free carpet cleaning. Be my guest. This was Oscar's angle all along. It was never haunted. He just spilled something on the carpet and was like, yeah, it's a ghost. Can you please come and clean it up? I know, Tabitha does have a lot of very interesting moments. I know, and Slay the Princess was really, really engaging. Just a lot of fun, really. So I'm finally glad that I'm sitting down and playing Scarlet Hollow as well. They've done really good with the visual novels. The stain is an attempt at expression. There are no words, no decipherable patterns, but you can still feel it, a cry for help from something that has lost its voice. Oh, I have to pick! Why do I have to pick? It's like a Sophie's Choice. Which trait will I sacrifice? Gretchen says it's a bloodstained. Ghost blood. Or it's just a rusty pipe leaking all over your floor. I think that'd be a bigger problem than what Cranky and Stella are suggesting. I don't know, ghost blood sounds pretty intense. Have y'all tried ripping up the carpet to see what's causing the stain? The government owns this house. There's no way I'm leaving a big red stain in their carpet. I made sure it was pristine every morning. Besides, I also kind of assumed it was ghost blood, which it is. Don't worry. I'm sure they'll just take you to court for neglect instead. Kanika is obviously right. Did it really not occur to you that there could be a leaky pipe under the floor? What if there's something written under there? Only one way to be sure. Stella excitedly starts tugging at the corner of the carpet. I was thinking more like she just pulled out like a switchblade and started cutting the carpet, but I guess this is enough destruction too. Are we digging? Let me help. This is my area of expertise after all. Oh dear. You're doing the government a favor, really. We'll cover for you. You don't have to sweat it. Oh, a trapdoor. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish-brown. What if there isn't a ghost after all? What if somebody lives down there? There's actually an apartment beneath it, and that's where Sam Wayne lives. Okay, maybe I don't want to sleep in here. Nope, nope, nope! We're going down there, right? We gotta do a Scooby-Doo. Of course we are. This is even better than finding a message. Yeah, Gretchen is also one of the best characters so far. I am so glad I picked Talk to Animals. But there's no basement in this house. At least, we weren't told about a basement. And look, all the red stuff is coming from underneath. Oh yeah, this is super haunted. Alright. You've got a basement chock full of ghosts, I can just feel it. Still no readings, though. None of the equipment has made a sound. Of course not. Y'all know last month was super rainy. Clearly been a long time since anyone stepped foot in the basement. Or crawl space, or whatever is under that hatch. There must be a leak that flooded the whole area under the house. The water dissolved the caulk around the edge, and it leaked through to the carpet, and it's red because North Carolina has red-ass dirt. It's as simple as that. It's not mud, it's blood. Human blood. I tested it. Well, you tested it wrong. They say it both at the same time. This is their bonding moment. It can't be blood, right? Kitty's right. You've got a muddy floor. That's why it's so cold in here, too. There's wet dirt under the house. Congratulations, we solved your ghost problem. No way. There's an old hatch in the floor that someone tried to seal up. We're not leaving until we know what's down there. I'm with Stella. This is my room, and I need to know what's down there. Yeah, just noting the people that folks have pointed out various things of seeing like ditchlands in the edges of the map, particularly outside. And sometimes I'm starting to notice them now. Not always, but it's impressive how many small details they're hiding. Have you considered they may have tried sealing it up because it's unsafe? Uh-oh. Do you think the flooding could have made the house unstable? I'm all in on ghost hunting, but I don't know if I could crawl into another dangerous crevice. Uh-oh, Zane's bailing on us. I'm going for it. You come in. You come to in Oscar's living room. You can't tell what time it is. Your friends are nowhere in sight. At least, physically, this is Oscar's living room. Spiritually and mentally, you've been ripped away to some other place. The building feels colder. There's something about the air that feels wrong. It's stale, with an undercurrent of mold and earth. It makes you feel claustrophobic, as though you're in a coffin, each breath depleting what little oxygen is left. How did we end up back here? Where is everyone? Did we pass out again? Was there a gas leak in the basement or something? Some friend Stella turned out to be. She keeps ditching me. Ah, Stella, why can't you come into my hallucinations? It was the ghost! No way. It had to have been something nasty in that basement. The whole town is full of old tunnels. It wouldn't surprise me if that's why the hatch was sealed in the first place. Let's get the hell out of here before the bad air gives us brain damage. Your cousin marches to the front door and opens it. Hey, welcome, Mary. Oh, that... I'm looking forward to replaying with different traits. So that... I thank you for mentioning that, because I'm going to look forward to trying Keen Eye. That way, with me, who totally doesn't have Keen Eye as a trait, it can point out all the things that I'm not noticing. What? Why does it look like Oscar's house is in front of us? Didn't we just leave? I must just be remembering things. Let's go. What if the others are passed out in Oscar's house or somewhere deeper into the library? I know you like to play hero, but us getting those kids out of the mine last night was dumb luck. We shouldn't have done it. At the very least, we shouldn't push our luck here. Going back for them won't do them any good. If they're not outside or in the library, we'll call the cops and let them take care of it. We don't want to end up passing out again. We're no use to anyone like that. The two of you cross the hallway and open the door. Oh, things got weird. Well, I think the ghost has been smuggling something in that basement. Something isn't right. Feels like a late summer afternoon. The air is warm and wet. The scent of flowers drifts on the breeze. This... This is so cool! Damn it, Tabitha, what was in that cream soda? That is the greatest line. Damn it, Tabitha, what was in that cream soda? We can't not pick an awesome line like that. Excuse me? Excuse me? It's just normal cream soda, and you had it hours ago. This has nothing to do with me. There's gotta be an exit somewhere. We just have to look. Wait, do you hear music? Oh, yeah, that got creepy. Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in the shadows rises to attention. Stella? Who are you? What are you doing on my property? Bark, bark, wolf, bark. Little dog. Yeah, Stella, you got very creepy all of a sudden. Huh? Oh, mystical. Well, we're definitely picking mystical options. Eddie, it's Charlie. What? Did you say Eddie? No one's called me that in a long time. It's Edwardine now. I'm not a child anymore. Edwardine? Eddie, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, we gotta play along. It has been a long time, hasn't it? I wasn't sure I was ever gonna come back, but I'm glad I did. It's good to see you. What are you? I wish I could say the same. You should have stayed gone, and you absolutely shouldn't have shown up here, of all places. If you're caught, I don't think you understand what Father might do. Yeah, that face is definitely extra creepy. Ooh. I'm just along for the ride with Mystical. Come with me, Eddie. Haven't you always wanted to see the coast? Now's your chance. We can just leave. Yeah, you two rehearsed this. Tabitha, how did you know? Arf, arf. I can't. It's not that easy for me. My brothers were sent to Normandy, and now I'm the only Scarlet left besides Father. I have responsibilities, Charlie. Shut up. Shut up! Screw your family. Screw my family. Why are we letting the choices made by our fathers destroy our lives too? Tabitha stares at you, speechless. You should just get out of town while you still can. Whatever you came back for, it's not worth it. Wait, Hatchlin, mid left? You know, I'm not sure. You're right. What I came back for isn't worth it, but you are. I won't leave the holler without you. If you change your mind, I'll be around. Oh, well, I guess she's gone, along with the shadow in the corner of the room. Come on, we must have taken the wrong door out of the annex. We're getting out of here before anything else happens. Hold my hand, Tabby. I'm scared. We should hold hands, for safety. Not because either of us is scared. Mystical, we have to go after Stella. Absolutely not. We are not being drawn deeper into this weird garden, greenhouse, whatever it is. She yanks your arm, pulling you back the way you came. Where did the annex go? Let's just open the door. You step forward and open the door. Bells ring as a cacophony rages outside. The door in front of you pulsates as figures unseen bang against it. The shaded figure from the garden sits in the corner, ever so slightly more defined. Oh, that's all bloodstained. Are you kidding me? This is messed up. We need help. God, please let this call go through. Tabitha anxiously taps her foot as she waits for her phone to connect. Yeah, this is definitely not ideal. Hey, it's... What? No, it's Tabitha. Didn't you see the caller ID? Stop interrupting me. Can't you hear what I'm... Your cousin is cut off by the dial tone of a disconnected call. Great, she couldn't hear a word I said. Looks like we're on our own. Oh. Junior, pack your things quickly. Hurry. Nice of you to drop in. Jesus, Rosalina, you scared the shit out of me. Maybe we should run him out on a rail too. Make an example of the whole family. You kids should have just stayed in the library. I can't believe we're gonna have to rescue you again. Oh, play along. Okay, I'll pack real good. Mystical. Mama, what's going on? Am I gonna have to deal with you doing this all night? Please, he's only a child. We'll leave peacefully. Just give us a little time. They were only children too. My boy was in there. Why should I give Junior here all the time in the world to gather his little toys and fancy clothes? My boy didn't have that kind of luxury. Oh. Mama, what's the man talking about? Why hasn't Daddy come home yet? Who are you supposed to be this time? Don't listen to him, Charlie. Just keep packing. Looks like the others are on their way. Better hurry, boy, or you and your little dolls here might get burned up. And as for you, lady, what makes you think you're gonna be keeping any of those valuables you're packing in that fine suitcase of yours? Daddy said when he's not here, I'm the man of the house, so you don't get to push us around, mister. I'll call the police. Oh, so you're like some kind of toddler now, aren't you? Trust me, boy, the coppers ain't coming here tonight. And what makes you think you can talk to an adult like that? Maybe they should have had you working in the mines too, instead of lazing around in this big house. Maybe you would have learned a thing or two about respecting your elders. Don't talk to my son like that. Don't talk to me like that, woman. I call the shots. Now get out, unless you want to go up in flames with all your precious jewels and expensive dresses. You're lucky I'm even letting you leave. It wants revenge in our family, that's why we aren't possessed. It feels much more like we're getting more deep lore by going along with all of it. It does sound like that. That it's either ghosts of the past, with this one being like various folks coming for revenge, because we were told from the history books that they were run out of town. But I don't want to go. I haven't packed all my puppets. I haven't said goodbye to Eddie. I don't want to leave. Can't you clue me in at all? Please, just break character for a second and tell me what the hell all this is. It's okay, Charlie. You can make new ones, even better than these. It's good for him. Shouldn't be playing with dolls anyway. Now you're gonna have to earn your keep like the rest of us, boy. No more big inheritance for you. The mother and the mob are whisked away, leaving you and Tabitha in the empty room. I mean, it's not that... Oh, there's a Dishland, right there. We got plenty of shadows to keep us company. Oh, and I think there's another one up here. As they depart, The front door stops pounding and opens into a beckoning white void. We're in hell. We both died, and we're in hell. Are we supposed to be Charlie? Is Charlie the ghost? Your guess is as good as mine. Who did you call on the phone earlier? Friend of the family. Not that it matters, though. The call didn't go through, so we're on our own. Okay, let's put our heads together. What do we know? We know that we can't leave. We know we're not possessed. At least as far as we can tell. And whatever we saw in this room, at least happened right after the Shaw mine collapsed in 1918. I think the only option on the table for us right now is to keep doing what it wants us to do. Maybe it'll stop at one point, or maybe we'll figure out a way to escape. There's so many ditchlings here. Ditchlings? You mean those gross little creatures lurking around? Yeah, there really are a lot of them. You're right. There's only one way to get to the end of this, shall we? Yeah, let's get this over with. They just want to vent. This is their therapy session, I guess. You and Tabitha walk up to where the pounding door used to stand and step into the void. Oh, extra creepy. Oh, that shadowy figure is now like... He's really just like screaming at us. You're outside and it's night, a false moon looming massive in the painted sky. The night feels thick and warm, the insects lively, their calls unnaturally tinny. Everything feels warped and wrong, like you're listening to a record fished from the bottom of a pond. What magic words do we have to say to get you to let us go? We're sorry, okay? Whatever our family did to piss you off this much, we're sorry. Dang it. Gosh, she's even got like the scary shiny glasses kind of thing. You poor dear. I've been keeping track of you, scuttling around town like a tomcat. You've fallen hard for Miss Edwardine, haven't you? Play along. Dang, how'd you know I have the hots for Edwardine? Back off, lady. I don't know you, and if you know what's good for you, you don't know me either. I don't suppose you actually know who we're supposed to be talking to here, do you? Because I'm at a loss. Hey, welcome. Okay. There's no need to be embarrassed. Your secret is safe with me. You know, I never did approve of what the Scarlets did to your family, and what it did to the two of you youngins. Childhood sweethearts. Just think how lovely it would be if you could just be happy together. That's what you want, isn't it? Don't talk about my family, and I don't need life advice from some old broad. Old broad, youngins, whoever you're talking to has been dead for a really, really long time. I'm sure by now you've realized the young lady doesn't plan on leaving with you, but it's not for lack of desire, as you well know. It's Enoch. Even if you dragged her over the town limits, his hold over her would make sure neither of you were ever happy again. Just think of what happened to your poor mother and father. Do you want that to be the two of you? Aw, cute, a secret romance. I've definitely looked forward to playing this again and trying some of these other options. We would never be like them. We love each other. My mother just loved his money. As soon as it was gone, so was she. And then all he loved was booze. Me and Eddie aren't like that. Tabitha stares ahead in riveted silence. The powers at work here are stronger than even your love could withstand. You need to break the bonds holding her here. Then you can both go free. The music is very music-y. It is. It is the most music-y I've heard in a while. No more misfortune. Not for you. Not for anyone else bold enough to step foot outside the holler. The witch mimes handing you something, though her hand is empty. Everything you need to know is on that map. Ooh, an item to quest for when we get out of here. I don't understand. Is this a map? And some kind of poem? That's where you'll find them. You need her there. And be careful. Good luck to the both of you. I hope you get your happiness. And then she's gone. Tabitha sighs. Okay, let's find the way out. Unless you have any ideas, I don't think there's anything else here we can do until we get to the end. Or until we die. Whichever. Now she's just throwing out more ideas. It's like, continue on, die. Which option do you want to pick? Before the two of you can leave, a smell hits you. Sweat and suffocating flesh with a tinge of the saccharine and stomach-churning scent of decay. Oh, there's Wayne. There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the resident clearly doesn't want me here. And he's just like casually steps on the ditchland. It doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. Oh, yeah. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Nope! Oh. Oh god, there's so many good lines. Oh hey, it's Tabitha's ex. Quick, Tabitha, let's team up against him. I like the casual. Hey Wayne, you wanna figure this out with us? Don't talk to it. Let Cranky speak. I'm no enemy. Don't listen to it either. What an unfortunate situation you've been dragged into, Cranky. I don't think that girl is any good for you. Stella, was that her name? Seems she's skilled at finding trouble. Maybe I should pay her a visit soon, if she makes it out of here alive. Tabitha bolts for the underbrush, desperately pulling you along. Stella. Oh no, what's he gonna do? Are you... Tell me now, did you kill Sam Wayne? But I mean, if she's gonna confess to a murder, I'm probably not making it out of here alive. I know, seeing all the, Sardina, thank you for the sub. Let's see. Aw, are y'all having a lover spat? Hey, are you okay? That couldn't have been easy for you to see. I'm really not. Sorry, can we just leave and pretend we didn't see anything, please? The two of you step out from the brush and into a long wooden corridor lined by bottles and rails. It's the return of Zane! Ah, lovely picture as well. Figure rises to attention, blocking your way. I'm afraid he doesn't have long. If there's anything you need to say to him, I'd say it now. Ah, yeah, he's... As the caretaker is swept away, the room pulls itself to you and you find yourself looming over a deathbed. The father lies in its center, looking pitifully small. I'm sorry, boy. Sorry I let my troubles drive your mama away. And sorry those troubles mean I'm leaving you all alone now. Oh, and there's another ditchling on the windowsill. So this is the dad, played by a dad. Mystical. You're getting what you deserve. Alright. You're definitely channeling Charles Shaw Jr., which must be who the ghost is. It's the only thing that makes sense. Damn it, Junior. How many times do I have to tell you? I tried to stop it from happening, but that damn snake Enoch went behind my back. Oh, and another behind the bed? You're right! I now see it! You are very perceptive when I'm not. Oh, what bullshit. Not for that. For what you did to our family. We could have just started over someplace new, but instead you became the son of a bitch the Scarlets made you out to be. This Charles Jr. makes a good point. You're right. I've been using that excuse for too many years. At a certain point, a man has to accept when he's dug his own grave. They may have run me out, but they didn't put the bottle in my hand. Still. They destroyed our legacy, boy. Both our names are cursed with that history. I'll be dead and gone soon, but I won't be able to rest. Not until our name is cleared. Not until you can pass on this name with pride. This is my only request, Charlie. Go back there. Tell people the truth. Try to find proof. I don't know what you'll have to do, but please. I know I ain't been the best father, but I'm no murderer. Mystical, I'll see what I can do. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah, I can see the hand as well. Damn it, boy. I may not have until the morning. Promise me. Promise you'll go back, and at the very least show that Enoch bastard what for. No. Mystical, I promise. I'll go back. You watch as the father's body seizes and falls through the sheets, taking the rattling pile of bottles with him. You missed a few. This ghost is so full of it. Your cousin steps forward and disappears through the hole left in the bed, leaving you to follow. You find yourself pressed uncomfortably against a trellis. A small castle sits off to one side of the wall. The bars of a prison loom over both all of it and all of you. Looks like a pretty comfortable bed. Climbing up the trellis again. How very Romeo and Juliet of you. There's a ditchling. Oh, there's probably more of them, and I'm not noticing. No need to run off. I won't tell the old man. Though you've gotten sloppy. You should try to be more careful if you don't want him putting you in an early grave. What the hell is the entity? Who are you? Are you one of Eddie's brothers? I thought they were dead. No, not one of her brothers. I'm a prisoner. Another victim of the Scarlet's lies, like you, Charles Shaw. Tabitha, does our family have a history of locking folks up in some sort of rich people dungeon? Is this what's in the Forbidden Ring? Forbidden Wing, not Forbidden Ring. I'm not him. A mere generation makes no difference. His blood runs in your veins, does it not? And now it runs in hers. Yes, it seems your little tryst bore fruit. And oh, will you ever be in trouble when the old man finds out? Tabitha's eyes go wide. Wait, I'm gonna be a daddy! Mystical, how do you know that? Who are you? Shh, let it talk. I think this might be important. You know you don't have to keep dangling there. Come inside. You'll be able to hear me through the door just fine. Ah, but I can't pick locks. Ah, there's a ditchling right there. The world around you swirls, and you and Tabitha find yourself pulled to the other side of the wall. A door bound by countless locks and chains pulsates before you. Play along. I am not messing with those locks. There are so many locks. I can't free you if that's what you're after. Stop talking. We might miss something. That's not what I invited you in for. I couldn't escape even with your help. I merely wanted to offer a warning. Leave town now. You can't tell me what to do. Great. Well, Tabitha, you heard it. I better leave town. Credits roll, theme music plays. Absolutely not. I'm not leaving without her, especially if what you say is true. This guy has nobody to blame but himself. You hear that, Ghost? You were given every warning. You could have just left. You can't take her with you. It's not possible. You can always stay and die. But if I were you, I would use my healthy legs and run as far from Scarlet Hollow as possible. I think so. I think that might be like the ghost itself. I hear the beaches are nice. Why don't you take a permanent vacation there? This mysterious figure has the right idea. I'd kill to go to the beach right now. I love some of these just flippant options. You're wrong. I know it's possible. I have that weird map. I have the spell or whatever it is. Me and her are gonna get out of here. Ah, you've been talking to the witch then. How very interesting. Charlie, get away from the door. Don't listen to it. Stella! Are witches real? Eddie, are you pregnant? How does it know that? Oh, another ditchman right over there. This is too much. I just want to go home. Do you feel sick? I feel sick. Are we related to Charlie? No, and I know that for a fact. Even if we can trust what we've seen here, I'm sure Grandma Eddie just miscarried or something, right? Come on, the quicker we get through this, the quicker we'll be out of this ghost place. Hopefully. You and Tabitha walk after Stella and into the darkness. She even got creepy Gretchen as well. Well, we did have creepy Gretchen earlier, so... But that's an even creepier pose for it. You and your cousin find yourselves crouched under a large table. The lover stares through you as indecipherable murmurs and shuffling feet echo from the ends of the table. Yeah, it does seem to be closer every time. Don't know why, but this feels so much worse than the last room. Yap, yap, yap. They're so lovely. Are you sure I can keep one? You must have worked very hard on them. Of course, it's a present. When you look at it, you can remember all the fun we've had. So now you and Stella are both doing baby voices. Don't expect me to let you live this down if we get out of here. Tabitha with the very most important things. I'll try to keep it away from my brothers so they don't smash it. I wish I could make it move like you can. And you can even do the voices. You know, you could probably make real money if you just put it on a show for people. I love some of these flippant options. Dang, even Possessed Stella is out here trying to monetize hobbies. That's great. Some of these options are just so great. That's the plan. I want to be a traveling performer. Why don't you come with me? We could go from town to town, putting on shows for other kids. Guess that didn't work out for him. A traveling show? And you'd want me to be there too? Oh, we could go to towns along the beach? I've heard the Outer Banks are the most beautiful place in the world. I know, there's so many funny ones. But I still gotta say, asking Tabitha what was in that cream soda is definitely even better. Of course, we can go anywhere you want. Thank you, Charlie. I've always wanted to see the ocean. There. Are you done now, Charlie? Can we leave? Everything crashes to a thunderous black before you and Tabitha can get in another word. Oh, wow. You're getting us a good old puppet show. Applause for your audience, for your actors, thank you. Single spotlight remains, illuminating a trapdoor in the center of the stage. You feel drawn to it. The trapdoor. Are we back in Rosalina's room? We must be. Which one of us is going to open it? I'm scared. I'm opening it. You carefully step towards the trapdoor. It creaks open all on its own. Oh god, this is so much worse than opening it ourselves. You and Tabitha are shoved from behind and tumbled through the hatch. Oh, it does have another creepy carbon in here. It took some digging, but it's there. The map was right. That means there's hope, Eddie. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. We can be happy to get... Oh. Oh, no. Eddie? Oh, no. Aye, she's going for a home run. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Your cousin violently heaves into the void, but nothing comes up. Peter Griffin death pose. No! We don't need that. There's nothing here. This place is completely empty. How do you know we're not related to Charlie? Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Enoch died nearly 80 years ago. Does it matter what he did? Does it even matter if he framed Charles Shaw at this point? Who's left to be hurt by any of this? Ugh, what now? Do you repent? Do you repent for your crimes? Their names are back to normal. They must not be in character anymore. You gotta let this go, man. Get over it. Oh, yeah. This is the jerk option. Tabitha's the one you want. I hadn't even stepped foot in this town before a couple of days ago. Their names are back to normal. They must not be in character anymore. Maybe it's getting weaker. You must answer for the crimes committed by your scarlet blood. Yeah, what? You just got beat to death a little bit. Get over it, man. Walk it off. Or maybe it's getting stronger. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Until you do, I cannot die. I want to die. Please. I have been alone in the dark for so long. All I ask is for some of your years. To pay for the years that were taken from me. What are you saying? My life was stolen from me. I want some of yours. It's only fair. No, it is absolutely not fair. You've got to be kidding me. Neither of us had anything to do with what happened to you. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. It doesn't matter. Bullshit! You can't actually make either of us do anything, can you? I can keep you here, and I can do whatever I want with them. You can refuse, but if you do, then I will stay. I will stay until I get what I'm owed. I don't understand. You will live a shorter life, and I will finally be satisfied. I will have justice. I will finally die. I will leave this house at last. How much shorter would my life be? You aren't seriously entertained in this thing, are you? That isn't for you to know. Just as it wasn't for me to know. One day, sooner than you'd like, you will die. I hope I didn't come too late. Mom? All of you had better get out of here before the spirit regains its composure. This is certainly a strong one, isn't it? Don't worry about the others. They're safe. I got your call, Tabitha, but it was definitely not easy getting down here, so that's who she was trying to call. Get us out of this pit, Sybil. Tabitha, I don't think it's wise to leave something like this where anyone could stumble across it. Why is that our problem? It wants something, doesn't it? And I think you know which of you should volunteer. You must be joking. You're the eldest cousin. You're the one who's actually lived in this town. It's only right. Absolutely not. We should just leave. No, I'm not giving in to the demands of some dead guy. Oh yeah, that's a great one to say. Tabitha, you need to do this. I'm not leaving before I put this thing to rest. You take a step towards the spotlight. As you move forward, you feel Tabitha's hand on your shoulder. Frankie, what are you doing? Oh, we can do the echo of what we said earlier. That's what family's for. It's okay, Tabitha. This is what family's for, right? No, I'm not letting something like this happen to you. Let's get this over with. Dagnabbit, Tabitha! I wanted to do this! As Tabitha steps into the spotlight, everything crashes to black. We could have, like, we should have had an option to, like, trip Tabitha and run into the spotlight. Be like, nope, can't do that. I've already made my decision. Hopefully we fix things. And now I can stop playing puppeteer with people. But we've been trying to bond with Tabitha. We've been trying to be nice. We even shared cream soda. And that's why I accused her of slipping drugs into it. You come to in a basement. It's cold and wet. The mound of dirt sits before you. Oh no! Tabitha's hand breaks through the dirt. She claws her way out of the ground, gasping for breath. It's for the best, dear. Tabitha, are you okay? Your cousin doesn't say anything in response. Is she okay, Sybil? She's in shock right now. Having a spirit rip out part of you isn't exactly a pleasant experience. She should recover, though. Mostly. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. See, she'll be fine. Tabitha mutters something under her breath. You'll be fine, dear. Just be sure to drink plenty of tea. Why her? She invited you here. It didn't seem right that you should bear that kind of burden for the both of you. What's in the pit? Oh, so this is where he was buried as well, with the carving. You step forward to peer into the pit your cousin clawed her way out of. Charlie's mummified remains stare up at you, sad and broken at the bottom of the pit. Spirit's remains are down there, I assume? Yeah, there's a stone carving of some sort down there too, just like the one I saw in the mines last night. Fascinating. Perhaps it's linked to what happened here. Regardless, I'll make sure the body gets a proper burial. Where is everyone else? They're safe outside. I felt it best to make sure they got out before anything else could happen. Good on the two of you for sorting out the unfinished business holding that poor creature here. This place is no longer a threat to anyone. How did you get in here? I drank the cream soda. Spirits like this are predictable. Once I understood what it wanted, it wasn't too difficult to see through its illusions. Yeah, poor Tabitha. It's like, dagnabbit. Come on, Tabitha. Let's get out of here. It kind of looks like there's like more lines on her face, like she's older. Tabitha stumbles to her feet and walks with you to the stairs. The ghost wasn't lying about wanting years of her life. The lines on her face now mark your cousin as on the cusp of middle age. Oh yeah. Looks like some more lines under her eyes as well. You're outside. I mean, I guess the good thing is she's still alive. It's real this time. A cool autumn breeze blows small piles of dried leaves across the steps of the library. I'm parked just over there. Let's head back. I feel like shit. Tabitha doesn't wait for a response, pushing past you and heading towards the car. I'm gonna peace out too. Back-to-back encounters with my own mortality. I've got a lot to ponder. See you, Rosalina. See you, Alexis. Zane walks off down the road. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you earlier in the night. I had no idea what y'all were planning to do. How are we supposed to know it would be like that? Things have been strange around the town, sweetie. Now's not the time to be poking around at the supernatural. I thought you learned that lesson yesterday. But magic isn't real. I mean, it's not supposed to be. God, that hurt. Everything is so sore. For now, cat. Emphasis for now. My bones weren't meant to bend like that. I'm going to be hurting for a few days at least. And poor Rosalina. I'll make sure to bring them both some tea later. I think I have just the thing. Mom, this is no time for tea. Jesus, the girl's lost a leg. She needs real medication. Real medication comes from natural ingredients, doesn't it? What I have to offer is no different than what Dr. Kelly would prescribe. And besides, after all you've seen, are you really so sure to have that much of a grasp on the real and unreal? Cranky, is it? This house is clean! Oh, we gotta go through all of these ones. Yeah, it's over. I'm so happy to help. I'm not the one who wound up paying the price here. You all need to start being a lot nicer to my cousin. I can't believe she fell on that sword for you with how everyone's been treating her. I can't believe Tabitha stole my big heroic moment from me. I can't believe Tabitha sacrificed part of herself for other people. I knew that Tabitha had a heart of gold buried somewhere under all that coal dust and grumpiness. All that matters is that Rosalina can go back to sleep in her own home. It better be over because my cousin looked like she aged at least a decade. I've seen what happened to Tabitha's face. My cousin gave up years of her life for you to live here. I hope it's worth it. I'm sorry, we gotta go with the mystical one. This house is clean. So that really happened then. Tabitha actually gave up years of her life. I'm afraid so. Everything in this world has a price, and those years were unfortunately what it took to put that spirit to rest. I honestly can't believe it. Tabitha making a selfless decision for another human being. But she did, didn't she? She looks awful right now. I don't know what to say. Tell her she has my deepest gratitude. And that I'm so sorry. I don't know how I could possibly make this up to her. But I can't believe I let Rosalina go in there. I can't believe I let any of you go in there. How could I have been so careless? Oh, we should probably mention Wayne as well. But we'll first go with some of the other ones. You couldn't have known what was going to happen, Asker. None of us could have known. Don't blame yourself. I'd seen it before. I should have known it could get worse. I shouldn't have let Rosalina come with us. Dad, what did I tell you? Stop blaming yourself. You couldn't have stopped me. If you tried, we were just going to sneak in after you. Yeah, Rosalina was going to make us go in there no matter what. You didn't put a ghost in our house. This is not on you. I know you've both had a difficult time with this, but the storm has passed. Things will start getting better from here. I ran into Wayne in one of those rooms, and he vaguely threatened Stella if I kept poking around. Wait, are you serious? That creep threatened her? Should we be worried about her? A clean certificate, you're right. This house has a clean bill of health. He also crushed a ditchling with his bare hands. It was pretty scary. It's just another reason we should keep our distance. Stella's smart. Hopefully she'll be okay. There was someone else in there? But that's my house. Rosalina and I live there. Did he say anything else to you? We don't need to trouble Cranky for any details. No one pay any mind to that man. He's just a drifter. He'll be gone soon enough. In the meantime, steer clear, and he won't make trouble. Honestly, should we be worried about Stella in general right now? She's just sort of standing there by herself. This isn't like her. Hey, Stella, want to hang out with the rest of the class? I'm gonna go check in with her. You walk over to Stella. I've never seen anything like what we saw tonight. Absolutely dreadful, and I don't think my dear Stella is having an easy time with it. Oh, hey, Cranky. Your channel is gonna go wild for that stuff. Just like how you were trying to monetize hobbies in there. I'm so sorry I couldn't get you out of there sooner. I'm so sorry, Cranky. I don't think I can talk right now. I'll call you, okay? She hurries off down the road. What if she's still possessed? I'm starting to think Stella might be a bit of a flake. Oh my goodness. We can say some really nasty things about people. I think she took the brunt of things in there. No wonder she's having a hard time right now. Should we go after her? And nobody here should be rushing after anyone right now. That goes doubly for you, Kanika. We don't want that cold of yours to get any worse. And don't pay too much mind to that drifter's empty threat. I'm sure not a hair comes to that harm on that girl. Were you all conscious that whole time? Everyone glances at each other, though none of them gave any of their years away. You can see how exhausted they are, how unsettled. Yeah, it was awful. Kind of fun too, but mostly awful. I'm pretty sure we remember everything, at least up until Sybil showed up and snapped us out of it. But what was it like being puppeted? They all glance away. It hurt. Why didn't I make the kids stay behind? Can't believe I let that happen to them. Dad, this might be the overwhelming pain and exhaustion talking, but shut up. I love you. You didn't do anything wrong, okay? I had no idea what I was going to say until the words were already spilling out. It was like I had no control over myself. I remember each and everything I said. It's like it was burned into my memory. You poor souls. I can't even begin to imagine what you've all been through. Do any of you know who you were supposed to be? No idea. The words just came out. There was no context, nothing. But there was a weird feeling, like an overwhelming guilt. Yeah, she has a kind of... There's a sort of vibe with this, to where I can see what you're saying with not trusting her. I was so angry. I was mostly just scared. I didn't feel any of those things. I felt... I don't know how to describe it. I felt powerful. I was just cold. There was another carving in there. They keep giving me visions. I wonder if those things are tied to everything supernatural that's been happening. Yeah, I wonder. One is a coincidence, but two of them on back-to-back nights? And if you're right and there's another one in the clinic... I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. You've been finding carvings around town and they've been giving you visions? This is news to me, too. I'm sure everyone here could stand around theorizing about this and that all night long. There'll be plenty of time for that tomorrow. Cranky, if you have the time, I'd love to discuss these visions over tea after you've had the chance to get some rest. We should probably get going. It's starting to get chilly out, and there's still work to do to get Rosalina set up for the night. Don't be a stranger, and let us know if you need anything, Oscar. I will. Thank you, all of you, again. I don't know, she did come in and, get everyone else out. But there's just some things that feel a little too convenient. I believe it's time for me to get my daughter home as well. But, Kanika dear, you haven't been feeling well. You need to get some rest. Okay. Kanika wearily treks back to the general store. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, You and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Cranky. She could be faking incompetence to get the best of us. No one ever suspects the incompetent fortune teller. Sybil leaves you and catches up to her daughter. I guess it's just the two of us now. Do you regret coming along tonight? Look, that was a horrible experience that will stick with me for the rest of my days. But it was also kind of amazing for that. I don't know if that makes sense. How many other people can say they were possessed by a ghost? So you have no idea who you were? I could roughly place most of the others. None whatsoever, but I remember everything I said, and I remember that cold feeling. Prisoner of the Scarlets. Wonder what your family was up to back then. I guess we can add it to the ever-growing pile of mysteries. What do you remember? As far as I know, all of it. I might start forgetting soon, but for now, it's all fresh. The twisting wasn't the most pleasant, but even though I feel like I got tossed in a blender, it honestly made me feel so alive. I guess you finally got some of the shared trauma with everyone now. Avery chuckles, then grabs at their ribs, wincing. Yeah, yes I do, huh? I know tonight was horrific, but it was also thrilling, and knowing we all went through it together, it makes it easier. There are people to commiserate with tomorrow morning, when the soreness really starts to set in. Which reminds me, I'd better get back home. I'm supposed to have a shift tomorrow morning. I might have to call in sick, but here's hoping a good night's sleep is enough to heal up. Yeah, that ghost give him years of your life. Oh, that stalker? Don't worry about it. And she's mentioned that she is seeing Wayne, that he's coming by her place. At least I vaguely remember her mentioning that. So there is a lot of coincidences. And tell Tabitha I hope she feels better soon. See you around, Cranky. Avery heads off, leaving the square in front of the library empty. Time to wrap things up here. The ride back is nearly silent. Tabitha is visibly exhausted, her face drawn and pale. Fresh furrows have formed at the corners of her mouth and the edges of her eyes, and her once uniformly sandy blonde hair is painted with streaks of white. You know, I think this is actually a good look for you. Probably the worst thing you could say. Thanks, Tabitha. I mean it. We're family. We do things for each other. No need to thank me. I feel like any of these other things are just, like, horribly rude to say. You slide back into silence as the car makes its way back to the estate. Especially, like, right after. Yeah, Avery's just, like, along for the ride. As the car pulls up to the estate, you and your cousin wordlessly make your way to the foyer. Tabitha noticeably strains open the front door. Never been so tired in my life. I'm going to bed. Please don't get sucked into any more ghost dimensions before I wake up and rescue you again. Are you okay? No, but I'll live. I'm sorry. I just feel absolutely awful right now. I don't think I can handle any more talking. I gotta sleep. Don't keep poking around looking for trouble. You just have to make it to the funeral. 4 more days. That's all. And then the bus comes. I'd like to stay in touch after all this is done. Maybe we could do that. It has been kind of lonely, being the only Scarlet in our generation. It would be nice to have someone else in the family. We'll see how things go. Anyway, night. See you tomorrow. Time to go to bed. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly, you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. It's Wednesday night. Nearly half a week has passed since you first arrived in town, and a little over half a week remains until the bus comes to take you home. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest, at the expense of unknown years of your cousin's life. The specter of the night's events will linger over her for every day she has left, a grim reminder of the price she willingly paid for the crimes of a great-grandmother she despised. Maybe her decision will bring her peace of mind. Maybe she can still right the capsized ship of her broken life. Or maybe things will only spiral out of hand from here. Episode 4 awaits. You'd like to save? Let's do it. Okay, we don't need to see the recap this time. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Well, that's a really good episode. Definitely up things from the second one. And that was already much more intense from the first one. Well, we're at the halfway point of the week. Let's see how bad things get today. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Last night seems so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare, chased away by the harsh morning light. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine, but your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. We should just torch the hauler at this point. Hey, we should just take off and nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Still trying to wrap my head around what Tabitha did last night. I haven't been able to get a hold of Stella today. Have you heard from her? Check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Oh my god, what if she's in trouble? What if she's hurt or dead? What if Wayne got her? That Wayne guy didn't come after you, did he? If you're dead, you have to text back. You send a photo of a shaken frog biting his nails. You wait for a few silent minutes. Your message sits undelivered. You dial Stella. Hey, what's up? Just kidding. I'm not able to come to the phone right now. This is actually recording of my voice. It isn't really me. Technology, huh? Anyways, leave a message, or don't. I never check this thing. The mailbox is full and can't accept messages at this time. Never mind how Stella is. How are you doing? Not great, lol. Can't tell if I feel like shit because of the ghost stuff, or whatever cold I must have picked up. Maybe it's both. But that doesn't matter. I'm too worried about Stella to sit around all day. Let's meet up in town. I want to see if we can track her down. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. You must visit Dustin. Oh, they're still here. You open the drawers. They both have a bread now. Human is back. Maybe change mind about eating us. Could be the end of Dustin and Dustin Mom. I would never eat you. I love you. Dustin Mom knows better than to trust. When push comes to shove, survival more important than friendship. Dustin Mom spent too much time outside. It's different inside. There's enough bread for everyone here. No need to eat friends. Dustin still have childhood innocence. Hope Dustin get to keep that innocence forever. I guess your glass house still has that squatter? Tried to reclaim glass house last night, but asshole squatter too big and strong. Dustin Mom stand no chance. Might have to live in Dustin house forever. Human big and strong too. Probably more big and strong than asshole squatter. You fight? Give Dustin Mom glass house back? Anything for you, Dustin. I'm not accepting a quest from opossum. Anything for you, Dustin. Squatter have sharp things on head. Human be careful. But Dustin Mom would be eternally grateful to human. Dustin too. I should get going. Yay. That's that. Come on, creepy doll. You gotta do something. Show me a sign. Maybe flip me off or something. Yes, it's moved! It's winking! It's not quite flipping me off, but it's a metaphor of it. It's moved, and that's the important thing. You make your way to the closet. There's no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your most recent visit. Your long-dead relative's creepy doll is the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. I wonder if it was Wayne just doing it just to mess with me. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. You might as well take a shower before starting the rest of your day. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. It feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting, but eventually, you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, you... You know, I feel like that because you can skip showering, that it would be really funny to just not shower and see how bad things get. But I've already thought about most of these. Think about Wayne and whether you're ever truly alone, and then suddenly Wayne pulls back the shower curtain and be like, you're not, and then just pulls it back over. Think about Stella running off last night. Hopefully she's just sleeping in. You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. It's time to face your cousin. In the light of the day, she looks even more physically worn than she did last night. The fresh creases carved into her face accentuate her frown, and she slumps even more uncomfortable than usual. They're striking, this week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Mystical. Does it even matter how the strike plays out? Any resolution would merely treat the symptoms of the disease wrought in the heart of Scarlet Hollow. For things to stand any chance of getting better, there's something deeper you still have to fully uncover. So that's why the Ditchlands were here. They were predicting the strike. What if the Ditchlands are the ones doing the strike? Oh, that'd be so great. However, we gotta keep going with the creepy fortune-teller rot business stuff. The strike is just a symptom of the rot in this place, Tabitha. If we don't treat the underlying disease, it won't even matter who wins. Don't worry yourself about this little rabble. They won't last long, trust me. Do you know what the strikers even want? I haven't seen a list of demands. I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. So ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. I can. What does that actually change about anything? I was probably going to die young anyways, and I still have a mind to run. Do you regret what happened last night? I appreciate your concern, but I'd rather not talk about it. Does that answer your question? How are you holding up? You look, drop it. I hope the other people in town finally start treating you better. They've already made up their minds about me. It doesn't matter what other people think, though. They don't know me. Have you heard anything from Stella? I can't get a hold of her. No, but this is not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. No promises, Tabitha! But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Yes, we can find... You walk over to the cat. I missed you last night, Frou-Frou. That makes one of us. Will you ever let me pet you? And coat my fur in your disgusting human oils? None. Do you know anything about the stone carvings scattered around town? I am not here to be your comment. Oh, I can't. I am here to watch you flail about in the darkness. I am not here to provide answers to whatever mysteries confound your feeble American mind. You nod respectfully to Frou-Frou. She scoffs, her tail twitching with annoyance, but you can sense she's less annoyed than she usually is. Maybe she's getting used to you. Quick, secret pet! Bye, Frou-Frou. Good talk. She scoffs as you turn away. Whatever kicked out Dustin's mom is in the garden right now. You better look into it before you head into town. The air is chilly today, the overcast sky hanging oppressively over the weed-choked flower beds. It's too cold. Head him back inside. A little chill won't stop us. This is for Dustin. You start carefully picking your way through the underbrush. Oh, how do you say dog? Detective dog, I am cat. Thank you for the translation. I am unfortunately very uncultured when it comes to other languages. So, my knowledge is very bad. Not to mention, I'm usually pretty bad at pronunciation, so I would butcher the language even worse. It doesn't take much effort to find a path. Cut-ins of prickly raspberry bushes and tangled vines litter the ground around the greenhouse. Talk to animals. The glass house, one could say. You step towards the door. Oh, I saw a flash of something. It's sealed shut by a lock. You catch a brief glimpse of a horned shadow through the ancient clouded glass. Oh, it looks like a goat. What's your name, little guy? Goat. What are you doing in the greenhouse? Human put me here. Can't complain. Pretty sweet digs, honestly. Stays nice and warm, and there's plenty of eats, too. Did that human have a bit brown coat and big boots? Coat like what, fur? Nah, not brown fur. Yellow fur. Just on the top, like all you humans. Don't know what boots are, can't help you there. So, was it Tabitha that put it in here? Where did you come from? Farm. Used to live with other guys like me. Kinda miss them. But not that much. Don't gotta share anymore. Hey, whoever you are, there's a possum that would like you to leave. She was here first. This is her house. Don't want to leave. I live here now. She can deal. You examine the lock. It looks sturdy. You'll need some tools if you're going to get this open. Maybe Stella or Kanika could lend a hand later. Guess I'll leave you to it then. See ya, or not. It's a wild world out there. You've investigated the garden. With Stella missing, it's best not to keep Kanika waiting for much longer. I'm sorry, Dustin. I can't break in. You make yourself a peanut butter and jelly in anticipation for the long day ahead of you. It's time to head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. The sun shines through a thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in a watery gray light. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching from the tree line, a feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods on Monday. Ditchlands shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. Hey, there's one right there! They're getting bolder. To your surprise, you find a familiar face making its way up the path toward you. Hey, I was just coming to see you. Hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. And I hope Tabitha got some rest, too. How is she today? Oh, there's a second one? Dagnabbit. Oh, I see it now. Oh, wait, there's a third one. I can see one in the tree line in the very back in the center. Alright, mystical. It's like a tiny part of her soul's been ripped from her body. She's acting like it's not a big deal. But I don't know if a person can go through something like that without it permanently changing them. And yet you were ready to jump in and take the bullet yourself, weren't you? And who knows, maybe she'll get better. Who's to say how long ghost magic lasts? Maybe she just needs a little rest and relaxation. So, Not a great time for her to be dealing with the strike, but I guess there's no help in that. Workers gotta do their thing, just can't wait till it's a good time for their boss. Mystical. How do you feel now that it's a new day? Possession is the sort of thing that can leave a mark on a person's soul. Aw, thanks for asking about the state of my soul. I appreciate that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have an impact. I kind of feel bruised all over, physically and spiritually. But hey, that's part of life, right? Nobody makes it to the end completely unscathed. And I'm kind of thrilled that my new emotional baggage comes from a ghost instead of some boring, normal trauma. There's ditchlands everywhere now, even though it's daytime. Avery turns to survey the tree line. I noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny, now that I'm getting a good look at them, with their scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? They're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? Dark Souls. Hey, welcome, Ahmed. No, we're playing Scarlet Hollow. It is a, episodic, horror-ish visual novel. We're going for something more relaxed today. Does anyone in this town have a flamethrower? Well, we must go for mystical. You need only fear what they foretell. Okay, cool and ominous, as long as being eaten alive isn't on the table. Unless they're foretelling a zombie invasion or something with werewolves, in which case I guess I'm still stuck with being eaten alive. Have you heard anything from Stella? Oh, I've never played Oxenfree, but I think I actually have it in my Steam library. Maybe I have to play it at some point. I think I've heard about it, and heard some good things about it. So no blood pressure today, bad luck. Oh, don't worry. I'll be playing some other stuff, more intense games soonish. And I'll be playing a roguelike next week. Oh, it's also kind of creepy? Well, I mean, this game's kind of creepy. Have you heard anything from Stella? I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much, and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. I usually don't do romance paths in games, so probably no one. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. Oh, Nine Souls is great. If you finished it just now, then congrats. Especially if you beat Igon. She's usually pretty tough to get through. I know I died quite a few times trying to learn that fight. Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Want to come? Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. Let's head to town. Yeah, good idea. I suppose if I do, like, achievement hunting, then I'll do the romance paths, but usually I tend to just kind of, like, skip over those. You and Avery start back down the path to town. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main streets of Scarlet Hollow. How to get to the last phase? Are you talking about the third phase? Because you'd need to do the, ended requirements for Shooting Star to access that third phase. There should be some guides that can give you that info as to what you can do exactly to get it. And if you got the first ending, you should be able to go back and do all the requirements and get on the path for Shooting Star. It isn't long again until you find yourself on the main streets of Scarlet Hollow. Cranky, you made it. And you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, emotionally. Yeah, I'm not too bad. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted, and super foggy. Mom has been insistent I caught a cold, and I wasn't buying it. But as of this morning, I've come around. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not going to let that stop me from looking for Stella. Is someone manning the general store while we go looking for Stella? Mom and Miles can deal for another day while we go looking for Stella. This is important. Not that the store isn't, but if something happened to her and I was spending my time minding the register, I don't think I could live with that. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all this? Kanika sighs heavily. Rational? Sure. Rooted in the reality that, until a few days ago, I thought was devoid of all magic and supernatural shit? No. Ghosts are real. They can suck you into illusory dimensions and puppet your body like a fleshy marionette. Next thing you know, we'll find out there's a secret society of warlocks running the country, or that angels are real. Gotta admit, it's kind of thrilling, isn't it? Anything could be possible. Who knows what the new day holds for all of us? It would be a little more thrilling if it weren't terrifying. All the magical stuff we've found so far just wants to hurt us. We need a magical being that's on our side. Where are the magical girls when you need them? Though I guess we already have an animal whisperer, don't we? That's pretty magical. Haha, she finally accepts I can talk to animals. Wait, you can talk to animals? For real? When were you gonna tell me? Wow, I'm gonna need you to tell me what every animal we meet is saying. This is too cool. You, really took that in stride, didn't you? I take everything in stride. There's no better way to live. The lizard people running the country. Oh, I already played Diva, Ahmed. Really good game. Love it. Not to mention, you can eat your wolf at things. Kanika, your mom's totally a witch, right? Maybe she's the magical girls. I love how we can keep saying that it's aliens, even if I'm not picking it. Ah, and they've got a Scooby-Doo option. I still got my hopes that all this turns out to be someone in a mask trying to scare us out of town. But I have to pick mystical. Maybe my mystical powers will finally awaken into something more proactive. I'm sick of just unwillingly channeling spirits and knowing when something bad is going to happen. Maybe magic just doesn't awaken, though. Maybe you need to find someone to teach you how to use it. Okay, who? Isn't it obvious? Your mom's a witch, Kanika. How else can you explain her rescuing all of us last night? My mom? No way, she's just a new age crystal and herbs lady. She's not... I mean, she couldn't be, right? I mean, after last night, anything's possible, and she did rescue everyone from the ghost dimension. I'm supposed to see your mom at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole new age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple of days. Okay, let's get started. I don't want to waste another minute. Where to first? Oh, that's a lot of... We should go to the mines. Oh, we're supposed to meet the creepy pastor again as well. We should check out the church. The church? Why? I see what you're thinking. Stella was confronted with evidence of the afterlife, so she might try getting into all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out. I think we'd be barking up the wrong tree, but I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. I wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there, too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point. I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing, but I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it meant keeping us around a little longer. Hey, no problem. You have a great day, Ahmed, and thanks for stopping by. That's good enough for me. Quick hydration point, though. At least we can now get confirmation about his talking animals thing. Let's not linger, though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Kanika leads the way, taking you up the gradual slope towards the church. You know, I've lived here for a few years now, and I've never actually been to the church. It's probably for a good reason. Where is that weirdo? My, 4 visitors at once on a Thursday? This is unprecedented. But there are only 3 of us. Oh no, were we followed by a ditchling? Were we followed by Wayne? Sup, old people? Oh, it's just Zane. What are you doing here? All the glimpses of death I've had in the past 2 days have forced me into a midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I wanted to see if faith held any answers for me. Alas, I have not found the solace I seek. Give it time, Zane. So it sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart, but when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you, and of course, I'm always here if you need to talk. Yes, cola can be hydrating. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Anyway, we were looking for Stella. She wandered off last night. No one's seen her since. You or Janie haven't seen her around, have you? I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over by the alpacas. Though, Cranky, I was hoping we might be able to talk in private. Sure, what's up? I guess we'll leave you to it while we check in with Janie. See you in a minute. Your friends head off towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. Oh, whoa! There's Wayne! He's right there! Right by the church! I was starting to look for the ditchlings, and then the Wayne's just right there. Casual. I'm so glad you came. I've never met anyone else who could hear them. You have no idea how long I thought I must have had some kind of insanity. I hope I get a chat option to be like, hey, Wayne! I even thought at one point it must have been the Lord himself, talking to me through them. But they never had anything very insightful to say, so I was disavowed of that pretty early on. Are we sure we're actually talking to animals? Now that I know there are at least 2 of us, I have no doubt. There have definitely been times in my life when I thought I must just be nuts. But it's so consistent. I've never exhibited any other signs of insanity. In my most doubted moments, I have considered the possibility that other entities may be using the animals to confuse my faith. But besides a particularly vicious hamster I had growing up, the most an animal has ever tried to convince me to do is to give them more food. So somehow I doubt they're puppets for some otherworldly evil, unless that otherworldly evil wants me to overfeed my pets. Have we been cursed? Why do we suffer this fate? I don't think it's a curse. It can be annoying at times, but so can talking to people. Not that I feel that way very often, of course. As a servant of God, I'm always ready and willing to talk with my fellow man about anything they need to discuss. Spiritually, I've always rationalized it as God's sign that I should spread his word to even the beasts of his world. I've had mixed results. Seems the alpacas prefer Catholicism, which they know about somehow, and birds tend to be incredibly heretical. I wish I could approach a scientist about this without becoming a research experiment. But I prefer to keep quiet at my doctor's visits. I can't risk being locked away or altered in some permanent way, not when I have a family to take care of. Have you met Frou-Frou, Gretchen, Pixel? Of course I have, but I learned early on in life not to let on that I have this gift, at least while other humans are around, so I haven't spoken with any of them. Wait a sec, how did he meet Frou-Frou? I want to hear this story, like, was he hiding at the estate? Though I get the feeling Frou-Frou wouldn't talk to me even if she knew I could understand her. I've tried to befriend the alpacas when no one else is around. Emphasis on tried. They're surprisingly cliquey. Clicky. They've got a clique. I can't pronounce that word. Besides that, I try to maintain a low profile, only chatting with the wildlife, when I'm sure no one is looking. Is your gift why you got into the church? It's hard to say. I was raised Baptist by 2 loving parents, and was always interested in religion. But I've also always known about my talent, so I don't know what came first. If anything, though, I'd say I'm religious in spite of the gift. It hasn't exactly been easy to square this with a lot of the religious education I've had. For instance, a lot of religious leaders will tell you that only humans have souls. Well, you and I both know that's not true. Though I suppose it gets into a whole different conversation about exactly what a soul is. But those are conversations that I am glad to leave to the scholars. I'm just a simple small-town pastor. I don't need to ask the big questions anymore. I just have to help people through their daily lives. Is this why people think you're creepy? Because you have the gift? People think I'm creepy? But it's alright, people say all kinds of things. I just have to be patient and persistent, and I know eventually they'll understand that I can be a comforting presence in their life, not a creepy one. Maybe if I grew a thicker beard, people would trust me more? Or maybe I should get a cool jacket? We're besties now. Wait, if I had the bag of boiled peanuts, I would have also been able to get the best ending. I can't express how much of it a relief to finally meet someone else like me. Likewise, though it may be more than just the two of us now. I have my suspicions that Tulip might have inherited the gift. There have been some particularly nasty rats at the church lately. She said some things that have led me to believe she might be able to understand them. He's interrupted by the sounds of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. Tulip, come out of there! You know you're not supposed to play in the woods! Tulip glances back in the woods, quiet as she hesitates. Tulip, are you going to be good? Or are we going to skip story time tonight? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods, I promise. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama with the alpacas? It's just the time they got fed. You can give them hay. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Hey, welcome, Afrin. Sorry I had to have a firm parenting moment there. She's been trying to run off into the woods a lot lately, and it's really dangerous, even for adults. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and looks like it's part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. Oh. How big a trash dump are we talking? Would a weekend of hard work clear it out? Maybe if you had construction equipment and a team of professionals. It's a big area, and I have no idea how deep it goes. In the meantime, I'm just making sure Tulip knows not to go near it. What were you saying about the church rats? Ah yes, the rats. So you and I are used to the sort of chatter we hear from wildlife. It's usually nothing that needs to be paid attention to. But these rats, there's something so sinister about them. And they must be huge, judging by the sound of them scurrying around in there. Tulip has never shown evidence of the ability before. She's never responded to the alpacas or engaged in conversations with birds. In retrospect, she could have been hiding it the way I did growing up. Because I know she's been talking to the rats. She calls them her friends, has been drawing all these pictures of them. Really ghastly things. I tried to bring it up with her, but she just gets this little smile and doesn't say a word, like it's her fun little secret. You just, like, pull some of the trash aside and then Wayne's just right there, lying down staring at you, and you just put it back. No matter where, you'll always find Wayne. You go into the church, you just sit down in a pew, you open a Bible, and then you just see, like, Wayne's face in the book. Watching you. Hey, Buff, thank you for the sub. I'm concerned she's gonna get hurt or catch some kind of disease. What have they been saying? They like trying to goad me into crying or becoming depressed. They watch me through unseen holes and make fun of me and try to figure out how to press my buttons. It's annoying, but easy enough to block out, especially when I'm praying. I don't think they're a good influence on Tulip, though. She's gotten quiet and secretive ever since she started talking to them. I'd hate to think what they say to her when I'm not around to hear. Have you actually seen them? No, but I don't need to. I lived in a dorm that had rats once. You never see them, but the church has all the signs of an infestation, and there's no mistaking the sound of little creatures stampeding through the walls. I've left out some humane rat traps, but they're too smart for them. All it's done is waste peanut butter. And I caught a possum in one, poor thing. Possums are never very bright. But at least he got a nice big scoop of peanut butter out of the ordeal. Has Janie heard them? She's not in the church very often. She's usually in town doing her jobs till late. And we spend our evenings in the house. It's just me and Tulip all day long. Janie knows Tulip has made some strange little friends, but thinks it's an imagination game. I was hoping I'd sort out the rat issue before she could get suspicious, but they're persistent, so I may have to hire an exterminator if I can get the money for one. I hope it doesn't come to that. Are you sure they're rats? I think so. The pastor shifts uncomfortably for a moment. He does have a kind of creepy look to him. I hope so. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe I could try talking to them. That would be lovely. I'd certainly appreciate a helping hand here. I don't want to be too much of a bother. You probably should finish looking for your missing friend first, but I'll be around. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Kanika and Avery walking back to the two of you. They must have finished talking with Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we better get going. Thanks for suggesting we head up here, Cranky. We got to feed the alpacas. They were so cute and soft. It was awesome. And Janie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners. A few extra, for me, of course. She's so nice. She even offered to bring me some, since I'm feeling under the weather. Hope your talk with the pastor went well. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best of circumstances. I'll let you all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. Alright, thanks. See ya. Kanika and Avery start back down the path to town, and you follow. Makes me wonder if that might be something that will have something to do with the rats in the church in a future episode. Because it kind of seems like they like to hint things on an earlier day. You know, we knew about the ghost hunting in episode 2. Okay, so, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone. Yeah, what if it's not rats? Could be other... We've been seeing ghosts and all sorts of other monsters in here. So it wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, but the Ditchlands haven't really, like, talked too much. I think we were able to understand them in the first thing, but they were just telling us to get out of there, if I remember right. Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, did he? Oh yeah, if you give me a dialogue option like this, might want to check it out later this week. This is like a given. It's going to definitely be something with rats. Or monster rats. He just wanted to talk about our shared gift. Wait, Pastor Daniel can also talk to animals? Whoa. This town is like some sort of hotspot for weird stuff. Cool weird stuff, of course, but this is starting to get pretty wild. I still can't believe that of all the people in the world you could have shared that ability with, you wound up stuck with Pastor Daniel. Let's not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? Okay, let's go to Stella's house. Oh, have y'all not checked Stella's place already? I was too nervous to go anywhere by myself this morning in case I ran into any other horrors from beyond the veil. So, no. I'm gonna feel really silly if she's just asleep in bed. That would be funny. We went all over town and she was just home the entire time. Oh yeah, the Talipo, thing that was mentioned. That might actually be a good one. You can't give me a book mentioning various, myths and so forth and not make good on it. You make your way towards Stella's house. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. The interior is cold, and not just physically. There is an absence of joy in life that leaves only a chill behind. This is the ghost of an empty house. There is a sobering dread that comes with the knowledge that your search won't end here. What? We just jumping to conclusions. She's dead. Stella died, and it's all my fault. I like how you can just some of these options are so great, but we have to be mystical. I don't sense anything supernatural here, but I don't like the look of this. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Cool, I'll be brave and go first. Avery casually steps over the threshold into Stella's house. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything, unless it happened in another room, or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. Come on, can't we have, like, Wayne just looking through the windows at us? I'm gonna forget that you said that, and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open, and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. Is Stella's kitchen normally this messy? I wouldn't call this messy. It's a little messy. This is a little messy. I don't want to know what you call my room. I wasn't judging. There's nothing wrong with a little mess. Or a lot of mess. We're getting off track. Stella's house has always felt a little too sterile to me. This feels a little too lived in, if that makes sense. That is a nice picture of Gretchen. Though maybe that's just because I've only ever been over when she was already expecting me. Yeah, cat soap holder is great. Maybe this is just a rare peek behind the curtain at the real Stella. The real Stella should call her friends and let them know she's okay. Oh, this room's a little messier than the kitchen. Oh, then she's even got like a lovely little sort of Gretchen doll there. And there's a nice little bird-like monster that looks very suspiciously like the Long Quiet. At least kinda. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy. It's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. Yeah, it could be a Mothman plushie, but it does kind of look like the Long Quiet, with its more bird-like kind of thing. Although I suppose it doesn't have a beak, so maybe it doesn't. I was hoping for a Slay the Princess Easter egg. I'd better not hear a single comment about this room being messy. I wasn't good to say anything. She does. Check her computer. You go to check Stella's computer. I'm not sure we should be snooping on her computer. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? We already broke into her house, right? For all we know, there could be some sort of clue on there, like a note detailing exactly where she is. We didn't break into her house, the door was left wide open. Well, maybe the computer was left open too. Exactly. If there isn't a password, maybe we're supposed to take a peek. Maybe we'll find the first note in an elaborate scavenger hunt she set up overnight. Okay, fine, but I'm going to stand over your shoulder the whole time and make sure you don't go looking for anything personal. Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor, and they overlap each other in a chaotic, multi-layered display. Whoa, how do we find anything on here? I'm suddenly a lot less worried about an invasion of privacy and a lot more worried about this being a complete waste of time. Yeah, it was still a break-in and enter-in. It would take you all day to count the number of open tabs in Stella's browser. So numerous are her tabs that you can't see a single icon. See a rounded, featureless triangles from Windows Edge to Windows Edge. Her most recent open tab is a post under Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm. a forum for cryptozoology enthusiasts. The post in question is titled "Something Big is Happening in Scarlet Hollow." Hey everyone, was out chasing a skunk ape sighting the other day. I found these weird little guys. My friend's mom says there's something called ditchlings, but I've never heard of them before. Anyone have any good leads? Camera isn't shaky enough, this is totally staged. Clean footage and some sort of cryptid nobody has heard of, except for your friend's mom. The only thing I'm seeing when I Google ditchlings is some city in England. Thought you were legit. Guys, since when did high-quality footage count as anything other than actual evidence? Those things are terrifying. Since every low-budget horror movie started doing guerrilla marketing, I smell an ARG. I'm serious. I've got a ton of extra footage. Look at this nest. They've been doing something to the animals in town, and they're apparently some sort of bad omen, like Mothman. Okay, I'm listening. I love me a Mothman. Thank you, Moth Stan. I believe you. Ugh, lucky you're falling right into her lap. I don't trust YouTubers. They're entertainers, not scientists. Thread continues into the next day. Hey, okay, so 1, this is an ARG I would never, and 2, you're not going to believe this, but we went into an abandoned mine last night to investigate things, and I'm pretty sure we found some Tommy knockers. Listen to this knocking we managed to catch on tape. Yeah, it is a Mothman plushie. But I want to believe that it could also double as the Long Quiet. There's a link to an audio file titled Tommy Knockers Real in all caps, .wave. Just because you put the word real in your file name doesn't mean they're real. Nice try, according to Gary 2125479. Bride of Bigfoot says, 2 supernatural events on back-to-back nights? This is so fake. I can't believe I bought into that River Runner hype. You're so full of it. YouTubers are always going to sell out to big indie horror. This is kidnapped by aliens all over again. Also, lol, doughy white things and now loud popping noises. This is definitely an ARG. Did you sell out to Pillsbury? Stop cyberbullying her or I'm going to call the mods. Locking this thread and giving everyone a 7-day ban. No cyberbullying and no self-promo. The thread ends. Ouch. Wow, poor Stella. Remind me to never be internet famous. Here's hoping my SoundCloud stays niche and unappreciated until the day I die. You checked Stella's search history. She hasn't visited any website since Tuesday night. She came home after last night's incident. She didn't touch her browser. Her search history is almost entirely work-related. Various series of queries for various monsters and cryptids that might fit the profile of ditchlings. That's that. Okay, I think we've seen enough. Thank God. I know. You gotta add more numbers. What if they start with numbers and then a name and then more numbers? That makes it much more legit. I love seeing someone's room before they had a chance to clean it up for company. Like a neat little snapshot, you know? Speak for yourself. If the roles were reversed and I was missing and you and Stella were poking around in my room unannounced, I'd be completely mortified. Spoken with someone with a whole lot of secrets. My room is immaculate. A guest could drop by unannounced at 2 a.m. and I wouldn't sweat a thing. Congratulations on having your shit together. Thank you. I come by it honest. I will say that this is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. I could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. Ah, she still does that, those corkboard with strings thing. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. You gotta have a legit thing like this, with the corkboard and strings. Okay, I don't think we're gonna find it much else here. Let's move on. Yeah, that sounds much more legit, Cat. Okay, so maybe she came home last night. Maybe she didn't, but she's definitely missing. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hope she would just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. We're going to the cops. I know they probably won't do anything, but we should see if we can at least get them to start looking for her before we go anywhere else. Yeah, let's go. We should make sure the police know Stella's missing. They're probably extra useless. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper, and the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Beau standing between you and the officers behind the desk. Oh, he's not. Well, he's very much alive, so hopefully telling him where Dukes was. Actually, didn't have a thing where telling him to not stay out would get him killed. Let me get this right. You're trying to report a missing pumpkin. Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin. Sure, Hugby, sir. She was going to be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She's important to me. Are you sure it was Julius and not some enterprising bear that got a hold of her? Y'all know Julius thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. He ain't coming to his door, so for all I know, he might be all the way to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something y'all can do about it? I'm afraid we'll need at least some kind of evidence to go on, before we can go barging into a man's home, son. Why don't you all see if you can find something a little more solid for us to go on? Then we can see about helping you out. Yeah, he's still alive for now. Beau, did you manage to find your dad? Beau's stoic expression breaks. For a moment, you can almost see tears forming in his eyes, but he blinks them away. Yeah, I found him. Hear that, Deputy Franklin? Sounds like you got another report to close. Lucky me. I gathered what there was together. We're giving him a proper burial in the family plot. It's been tough going, trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. Do you think they'll go back where they came from soon? Mom and me have tried to fight them back as much as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. Mystical. They will, once they've had their fill of suffering. I don't much like the sound of that. It's okay, Beau. I'm sure things will go back to normal soon. I'm so sorry for everything you've had to go through. Weird question, but are you folks part of a cult and this is why you aren't doing your job? Okay, we're asking that at the very end. Stella ran off last night and she's still missing. She isn't home and none of us have heard from her. She what now? Oh, that's just our Stella, always running off. I wouldn't worry too much about it, she'll turn up. This is different, Earl. You know I wouldn't be here bothering you if it wasn't important. Yeah, for one thing, someone threatened her last night. It's been following Cranky around since he got into town, too. There are a lot of them things out there. Too many of them. Beau's right. She shouldn't be off on her own when there are so many ditchlings creeping around in broad daylight. Ditchlings? Cranky taught me about them yesterday. They're them creepy little things that got my daddy. I called about him last night too, since they've been coming up out of the woods onto the farm. I even saw some on my way here, plain as day. Oh, we've been getting calls about those. Guess Scarlet Hollow has either been invaded by ghouls or we're all suffering from some kind of mass hallucination. I may have even seen one or two myself. All the same, I don't see what we're supposed to do about them, or about Stella. She's a grown woman. If she wants to go off into the woods for a bit, we don't need to go after her like she's missed curfew. It's a free country. If there's critters bothering folks and stealing livestock, ain't y'all supposed to take care of them? Now, son, we ain't animal control, we're the police. Are you kidding me? This town doesn't even have an animal control department. Well, maybe it should get one. Are you all talking about Big Betty? Seems Beau here's misplaced a considerably large pumpkin. Have you all heard a word I said? I didn't misplace Big Betty. She was stolen, and I know who done it. So I'd appreciate if you all would give Mr. Tremaine a visit and set things straight. And I'm telling you, we can't barge into your neighbor's house just because you want us to. What makes you think Mr. Tremaine stole it? You're poking a wasp's nest, Crakey. There's 100 years of history here. He's been claiming Big Betty was his since day one, on account of what he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. The Callaways and Tremaines have been at this a long time. They can never agree on whose land is whose. This ain't the first time we've heard something like this, and we get our fair share of calls from Julius Tremaine, too. You know, Julius is a friend of mine. He's a lot of things, and he's definitely a bit of a curmudgeon, but I've never pegged him as a thief. Didn't know Julius ever talked to anybody. Talk is a strong word, but I'd like to think we have some kind of understanding. Just how valuable is Big Betty? Me and my daddy put a lot of work into that pumpkin. She was near 2,000 pounds, a guaranteed blue ribbon. Naturally, our first question is how an old man like Julius Tremaine manages to move a pumpkin of that size. Makes the whole story just little bit difficult to believe. I don't know how Julius managed it. I know it must have been him. He ain't even coming to his door to answer for what he done. At the very least, he could give me seeds from what's left of her. Raising her was the last thing Daddy and me did together. That's interesting, because I haven't seen Julius since Tuesday. He's usually in the diner every day. Not necessarily a big deal for a lot of people, but he never misses his morning joe. So maybe he isn't a thief. Could be something happened to him. If he ain't the thief, then who stole our pumpkin? Beats me. I just don't think folks should be so quick to jump to conclusions. How do you even move a 2,000-pound pumpkin? I don't know how he did it, but he did it. Yeah, he tried to steal it, but got squashed by the pumpkin. Oh, the world's largest pumpkin is 2,739 pounds? That is very impressive. Gonna have to look up a picture of that afterwards. You, sure it wasn't a bear? We're no bear. We're hunting folk. We know the signs. This was a man's work. That means it was Mr. Tremaine. He knew just what to do to hurt our family. I don't think Bo's asking you to throw Julius in jail or anything. Why can't you look into this? Frankie is right. I ain't asking for much. Bo, if I went down that road, I'm sure Julius would come down here tomorrow and have a whole list of his own complaints, and all of them would sound just as justified as yours. Sometimes it's best to just let things work themselves out. But it sounds like Bo has a real case here. It's not just two neighbors having an emotional dispute. Property's been stolen. Couldn't you get involved on his behalf just this once, after everything he's been through this week? You say that like this is the first time one of these feuding farm folk have come in about missing vegetables. We've heard it all. And what we've learned is it's best to keep our noses out of it. I'm sure Bo here will be unsatisfied with whatever the legal system feels is just punishment for stealing Big Betty. It doesn't matter what happens. If we do anything, even if Julius didn't take Big Betty, it might be worth doing a welfare check. Alright, let me speak in plainer terms. Everyone knows that Julius Tremaine's land is booby-trapped to hell. It's not worth it. Oh, that made it even. The plot thickens. That's never stopped me. Yeah? Do you have kids, Avery? Because I've got 2 teenage girls at home. Hugby's got grandkids. Franklin's got the mayor, I guess. I'm not about to risk getting my head blown off over a pumpkin. That's right. There's some sleeping dogs you learn to just let lie. I've been Scarlet Hollow's sheriff for over 20 years now. You don't own a position like that for so long without learning a few lessons on temperance and moderation. If I may, sirs, ain't that a mighty bit cowardly of you? I thought police officers were supposed to be brave. Not the ones that live very long, son. Look, I've been to Julius's 100 times. I can tag along and make sure nobody gets hurt. That's a mighty kind offer. But let's give it another day. There's no need to escalate things when they might just resolve themselves. Yes! Alright, let's ask. Weird question, but are you folks part of a cult and this is why you aren't doing your jobs? The police officers stare at you, perplexed. A cult? I don't think we have that sort of thing up here. We are doing our jobs. Just look at Franklin back there. He's filing all kinds of paperwork pertaining to what happened up at the mines. You know, I can't say I appreciate your tone. Sounds like you're accusing us of some kind of indecency. What, do you think we go up to the hills and do seances and rituals and all that sort of thing? Get your head out of the clouds. It sounds it looks like you folks are busy. We'll be on our way. Do you really think Hugby and Derrickson could be part of some cult that secretly runs Scarlet Hollow? That'd be wild. I'd never suspect them of that sort of thing. Seemed like it'd be too much work. Someone who's lived in this town nearly my entire life? There's no way. For one thing, cult activity like that, like what you're describing, just doesn't happen. I've done my fair share of reading on satanic panics and so-called occult groups, and it's almost always totally made up. People constantly freak out about Satanists without realizing they're just a bunch of debate club nerds who listen to heavy metal. Yeah. They know all the stuff about the cults, but they're totally not cultists. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some ritual dagger that just fell off his desk. Now, how'd that get there? So, instead of not being able to rely on the cops because they're part of a cult that secretly runs the town, we can't rely on them because they're just not that good at what they do? That's so much less exciting. But either way, I guess it's up to us to solve the mysteries of Scarlet Hollow. We'll do a much better job anyway. Where to next? We should check in on Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. I hope nothing else happened after we all went home last night. They're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the Ditchlands than someplace that was that haunted. Your mom said it's safe, and I'm inclined to believe her. Why would she lie? But how would she know that? But I said it was clean too, Kanika. Magic, probably. But there's only one way to find out. Let's go. That's like double approved by two different mystical folks. Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort, all menace having fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. No ghosts, thank God. I was not up for an encore. Yeah, it's gone, just like your mom said it would be. You can't help but overhear the murmurings of an intense conversation coming from the mayor's office. Or rather, the murmurings of an intense animal conversation. Leave politics to the dogs. No. You start making your way upstairs towards the mayor's office. Hey, where are you going? Whoa. Really? Small gang of dogs hold court in the mayor's office. Most of the dogs quietly watch from the sidelines, but two of them, Sheepdog and a Basset Hound, are in heated conversation with Mayor Jimmy. Their tags read Scraps and Daisy. Sounds like you've all sorted this out. I don't see what you need me to do about any of it. Oh, did I miss the painting on the left again? Can't believe that. Ooh, Dom cookies. Sorted. Things ain't sorted until this town is safe. Now we may have got to the beginnings of a militia together. There's plenty of pets out there who are still ill-informed about those things crawling out of the woods. You're the mayor. They'll listen to you. Just tell them to stay inside until it's handled. Listen, Scraps, buddy, I hear you, but the last thing we need right now is anarchy in the streets. It's no use. I told you he'd be bullheaded. He's always bullheaded. I think so. I'll have to pull that up and see what it was. Always the sore loser, aren't we, Daisy? Things are fine. Nobody has to worry about a thing. The mayor pulls himself away from the conversation to acknowledge you. Oh, I remember you. You're that out-of-towner from yesterday, the speaker. The other dogs murmur amongst themselves for a moment, then turn to face you. I'm sorry you had to see this little display. Politics can get so messy. Good doggies. So you're the Scraps I've heard so much about. The one and only. This here is Daisy. We've got a few other concerned locals with us as well. Just making sure the cats and dogs of the holler are well cared for, considering recent events. There are more of those things in the woods every day, popping out of the innocent bodies of what used to be dogs like us. They're exaggerating, of course. Well, I've heard reports of creatures coming out of the woods. It's nothing the humans of this town can't handle. No secret that Daisy and Scraps are my competitors, and it's just like them to jump at the first sign of trouble as an opportunity to run me out of office. Nobody's trying to run you out of anything. We're just trying to keep the critters of the town safe. How very noble of you. But that's exactly the line you'd feed the voters if you were trying to get rid of me. Are y'all some kind of dog militia? Did I hear that right? Yeah, I suppose you could say that. When the town's illustrious leader abandons his kind, it's up to us common folk to band together. Daisy, please, I'm not abandoning anybody, dog or otherwise. You're all blowing this invasion story completely out of proportion. Everything is going to turn out just fine. If everything turns out just fine, it's because the rest of us protected those who needed protecting. Have any of you seen or smelled Gretchen? She and her person are missing. Is she missing? Oh dear. Scraps, you don't think? Gretchen's person would never let that happen to her. Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe from those things. A dog like her doesn't get to be that age without a watchful human at her side. Even if she's safe, I don't like the sound of this. See, Jimmy? This is the cost of inaction. Gretchen is a pillar of our community, and she's missing. What will it take for you to finally open your eyes and do something? If you wait until you're the last dog left in Scarlet Hollow, it'll be far too late to save yourself. Yeah, he is very much a politician. Yes, I get it, you're all very upset. But what do you expect me to do about it? Shut down the town? What about economy? Do you even know what economy is, Jimmy? Or are you throwing around fancy words you hear the humans say? Of course I know what economy is. I know all about economyism. Oh, good, because I've never understood a lick of it when humans talk about economy. I just figured it was a made-up word they yell at each other when they want to stop talking. So please, enlighten us. I'm not going to debase myself by playing a game of trivia. Not in front of the speaker. I thought so. To answer your question, we did catch a whiff right around here, and another near her house, but we haven't picked up anything around town since then. Let's hope those creatures haven't already gotten to her. Can you help us find her? You've got better noses for this sort of thing. We'll do our best. We didn't intend to make any more trips out into the woods, but if it's for Gretchen, we'll take that risk. Hopefully none of the dogs get killed either. She's a well-liked dog in these parts. Been around longer than any of us. It'd be a blow to the community for her to fall victim to those monstrosities. Gretchen really admires you, Scraps. Oh, she flatters me, so I'm nothing special, just another dog. All the more reason to go after her before it's too late. Don't be so modest, Scraps. You're the kind of dog other dogs listen to. It's a damn shame that humans are so charmed by that charlatan. I'm right here, Daisy. I'm well aware. You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? Just because you can sit and stay the best, as if obedience is the best quality in a leader. Good doggies! Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. Ah yes, I am a rather good boy, aren't I? You call me good dog? Daisy, good dog? Daisy's tail wags excitedly before she regains her composure. Ahem. Sorry. I just love to hear it. I feel like I just stumbled into something that wasn't meant for human eyes. Mr. Mayor, you should listen to Daisy and Scraps on this one. There won't be anarchy in the streets to worry about if every animal in town is taken by ditchlings. Your opinion is noted, but I've been mayor for over 14 years. I know what I'm doing. That's 14 dog years. Jimmy, if you're not going to help, the least you can do is not sniff the speaker's ass. I suppose you're right, Daisy. This is just a waste of time, but I need to hear it with my own ears before I could really believe it. I'll save the "I told you so" for later. Let's go rally the others. This town won't save itself. You and the dogs exit the mayor's office and close the door behind you. They quickly turn a corner and vanish from your line of sight. They are very good doggies. You find Kanika and Avery waiting for you in the lobby. I took a peek in there. You just had a full-on conversation with those dogs. It is so weird when you do that. Weird or cool? Wish I could hear the other side of the conversation. Seems like there's a whole dog culture in this town I've been missing out on. Knowing dogs are capable of carrying a full conversation is going to make being a veterinarian really weird. You'll just have to hire Cranky as a translator. You'd be the best vet in the country with someone like that on your staff. I guess Oscar must be in the back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally managed to unhaunt my house. Oh, picture on the left! Oh, that is them being run out on a rail. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning. I almost overlooked it again. But Avery, could you scooch to the side just a little? I've always been surprised at how unsupervised this place is. Sometimes it feels like anyone could just walk in and do whatever they wanted. Like what, steal books? I mean, they could, right? I'm not saying anyone would, I'm just saying that people in this town trust each other. A lot. It's nice. Let's go find Oscar. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. Mystical. More accurately, it feels as if the events of the previous evening were mostly just a dream. That hideous stone carving is still buried in the basement, and though it's subtle and subdued, you can still feel the faintest of hums reaching out from it. This hallway really takes me back. Feels like it was only yesterday that we were last here, blissfully unaware that our entire lives were about to change forever. It was only yesterday. I know. Finnegan knocks on the door. Oh, good morning. It's so good to see all of you. Please, come on in. Oh, there's Dr. Kelly. You're doing really great, Rosalina. Not a lot of kids your age can take shots that well. You're being so brave. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5. But you are brave. You really are, Rosalina. You're like so badass. Lex is right. This is more than most people have to deal with in their whole lives, and here you are taking it like a champ. Dr. Kelly's kind demeanor vanishes as she turns and glares at you. How dare you catch me with my guard down? Oh, I see we have visitors. Yeah, that's true. I think they did mention Kanika and Stella that she was a lot nicer when they were kids. So maybe it is really that she's just nice to kids and she like loathes adults. How is she, Doc? She can tell us herself. I feel like that the demeanor changes. Not only does her face like harden, but when she's talking to me, she just like pulls out a cigarette and like blows smoke in my face anytime she tries to talk to me. Probably when she finishes the conversation, she tries to like put out the cigarette on your forehead or something. What do you say, Rosalina? How are you? Tired? My leg hurts a lot, but the medicine is helping. It's not so bad now. Plus, I got to lie down in an actual bed last night. You have no idea how good that felt. Thanks, Cranky. Can't believe you got any sleep last night after all that ghost stuff. I just sat on the couch with all the lights on. I don't think I slept at all. I really needed some rest after, the hospital and my foot. Your body is desperately trying to get you to rest. All that activity yesterday was pretty brutal on your injury. It's never going to stop hurting if you keep pushing yourself. So, what are you not going to do today? Adventures! Anything? That's right. You're staying right here. No walking around, no investigating haunted houses. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. I should have been better at stopping her. I take full responsibility as her father. I should have. No need for anyone to step in and take the blame for anything. The hospital's fault for sending her home at all. It's gross negligence if you ask me. But give it time. Then you can do all the activities you want. Alright, Rosalina? How's Reese? He's fine. Had a rough night. But he'll recover. He's used to this sort of thing. I know, Pixel's just like sprawled out and is like, I'm getting all the attention here. He just needs a couple days to get back on his feet. That means no more excitement. Not even a movie. Movie night has been cancelled. Dr. Kelly, you bitch! How do you do that? Why do you do this? I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Kelly. Yes. But But I want to see Shinochi Deathblood. I was promised chilling Japanese found footage horror. Watch it on your own. I'm sure your cousin has a TV lying around somewhere in that big house. We found something in Oscar's house last night. A stone carving that gave me and Tabitha a vision about what happened there. There was one in the mines the other night, too. Both of them had a sort of pull on me. Whatever they are, there's something like them in your clinic. I felt it last night. Those things are cursed. It's only a matter of time before something terrible happens at the clinic. You and Reese have to leave immediately. No, I don't think we will. Just because you've decided to try and involve yourself in everyone's problems doesn't mean I want you to invade my space and try to deconstruct the life I've built. All of it based on what? A feeling? Leave us alone. My son and I are fine without your help. But if something does happen in the clinic, aren't you worried about Reese? If it's anything like what happened to us last night? He'll be fine. If anything happens, I can take care of him. So none of you need to come snooping around. So Dr. Kelly, are you going to start poisoning her too now? Oh, goodness. Have any of you seen Stella since last night? Not since dinner. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? I'm starting to freak out a little. I really care about her, and she's just gone. That's not good. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I feel terrible. This is my fault, isn't it? I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging down your door trying to get evidence of ghosts. I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. There was no way you could have known how she would react when she found it. I don't even think she knew how she'd react. And besides, you didn't know how bad it was going to get. You can't blame yourself for everything, man. I know you probably feel like it's your responsibility to make sure everyone around you is okay, but sometimes that's just not going to be possible. You're only one guy. That's what Rosalina's always saying. I suppose I do apologize more than I should. You really do. Dang it. I want to do that. Because look, she's kind of like smiling and, why does everyone seem so chill? Shouldn't you all be traumatized? Just because I'm not in a gibber and heap doesn't mean I haven't been mentally scarred beyond my comprehension. I know I should be freaking out, but what can I say? Last night was fun, so I'm just going with the flow, seeing where this adventure takes me. Fun? Speak for yourself. I feel like the only reason I'm not in a total mental shutdown right now is that the crisis hasn't really stopped. The week started with a man dying, and it's somehow all been downhill from there. So yeah, I'm putting off the inevitable breakdown until I know things are done escalating. I don't think it's sunk in for me yet. I'll deal with whatever I'm picking up now in therapy when I'm 30. That's what grown-ups do, right? I'm guessing Charlie didn't come back for an encore? Not as far as I know. I slept in Rosalina's room, and I made sure to put some heavy objects on top of that hatch just to give myself a little extra peace of mind. But nothing happened. That's good enough for me. I didn't see anything either, but even if something did happen, I wouldn't know. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I'm too tired to worry about ghosts anymore, to be honest. Losing a limb will do that, especially if you decide to tromp around the next day like nothing happened. I would have been fine if it weren't for Charlie. Good thing he's gone then, and let's hope he stays gone. Wait, Oscar, did you tell Dr. Kelly about... Yeah, I told her everything. He did. I'm sorry that happened. Dr. Kelly's steel gaze in it is impenetrable. It's impossible to tell if she genuinely believes Oscar's story, or if she decided she'd be better off humoring him. So, Dr. Kelly, are you going to start poisoning her now, too? Dr. Kelly's glare flashes into white-hot rage. Is there a problem, Cranky? No problem, Mr. Gutierrez. He's just unbelievably rude. Seems to have a lot of opinions about my son's treatment regimen. We're done here anyway. Goodbye, Rosalina. Make sure you stay put and keep Pixel company, okay? It's like, you can't give me some of these options and not have me pick them. Don't worry, Doc. I keep her warm. I'm helping. Yes. I get why too. But come on, you can't have dinner with an explore option that's like a really like multiple sentences of like, hey, I saw this thing about a mom poisoning her son, hint hint, and not have me pick that. I will. Bye, Dr. Kelly. I'll call later today to see how she's doing. Dr. Kelly turns to her face, her expression hardening once again into her familiar glower. Yeah. She storms out without another word. She's not gonna poison Rosalina, right? Don't worry, girls. Dr. Kelly is trustworthy. She's been everyone's doctor for years. So, I better hope I don't need to get a checkup from her. Otherwise, she's probably going to start poisoning me. What was that about? Didn't go well last night. We'll let you kids have some space. Alexis, why don't you figure out a restful activity for you and Rosalina? Will do, Mr. Gutierrez. I brought some video games and puzzles from my house. Some movies, too. Whatever you want to do, Rosalina. Oscar ushers you down back to the library. What's up? Is everything okay? Yes, everything's fine, or at least much better than yesterday. I can't thank you all enough. I'd like to be as helpful as I can from here on out. Now that our little situation is dealt with, I'll finally have some time to dig into the town's archives. Our house was haunted because someone was murdered there. The mine collapse the other night was at the site of a mass grave. With enough research, maybe we'll be able to get a step ahead of the next crisis. Maybe we can actually preempt it. That is, assuming there's going to be a next crisis. But something tells me we aren't in the clear yet. We should compare notes. Not that I have any to start with, but if you know anything that might narrow down my research, it could save me a lot of time. I don't think we actually know that much more than you do, but I've got some hunches. I can't help but feel that there must have been some inciting event, since everything started getting weird seemingly overnight. What that inciting event was, or where to start looking for, I have no idea, but it's something to keep in mind. Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Cranky got here. You're not wrong. Exactly. If there's a catalyst for all this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow? If I may, Cranky getting into town isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Pearl Ann died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time he arrived. Not to mention, I started seeing things in our house before Pearl Ann passed, I think. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. Also, quick hydration moment, 1 second. There we go. If there's a root cause for all this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in its bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have ever been any similar events, and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. Those carvings I warned Dr. Kelly about are important. To think there was something like that under my house all this time, and I think someone must have put it there, too. And there was one in the mines, and if you're right, there's one in the clinic. Maybe that's what I should be focusing on right now. How many of those things are there? If we're lucky, maybe just those 3, but I'd rather not count on it. Why don't we go down to the basement and take a closer look at the seal that's there? The ghost isn't around anymore, so there's no harm in it, right? I personally would rather not go into that creepy basement, but that thing has to be the most solid lead we have at this point, right? Not a chance. I know the ghost is probably gone for good, but that thing is evil, and if there's even the slightest chance that going back down there triggers something, it's not worth disturbing. At least, not until we know more. But what if this is our only chance to... My daughter's safety comes first right now. We finally have our house back, and I'm not taking any risks until we know what we're dealing with. Oh. Make sure Pixel stays inside or it might get grabbed by ditchlings. Hey, thank you for the sub, Colleen. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? With those faces? Yeah, the Anguished Doughboys. I kinda like them. It's like a hidden object game out there today with all the weird little faces peering out of the bushes. like them? Are we talking about the same creatures that have been laying eggs in the local wildlife? I don't want to get friendly with them or anything. I just think they're kind of interesting. To each their own. Will do. I can't imagine how devastated Rosalina would be if something were to happen to him, especially after everything she's been through. I think Dr. Kelly is hiding something. Dinner last night was weird. I don't think we need to go around accusing anyone of being deceitful. No, Cranky is definitely right. I know that's probably not great to hear since Rosalina really needs it right now, but something is up with Dr. Kelly. I'm worried about Reese. Hey, no problem. You have a wonderful night, Roland, and thank you for stopping by. She seemed pretty normal in there, even if she was a little terse with you two. She was pretty nice to Rosalina, I'd say. Yeah, she likes sick people, and kids. People are easy to control. I request we drop this line of thinking. We don't need to turn on each other based on pure speculation. Besides, she took me at my word about everything that happened last night. That has to count for something, I get, right? I wonder if that could be the work of some sort of cult. You're really not letting your cult theory go, are you? Maybe it has something to do with the church and the pastor. And for all I know, you're all in on it. Kanika raises her eyebrows. Are you for real? No, I'm not part of a cult. Nor am I, or anyone else I know. I'd love to be part of some weird religious cult, just to see what kind of stuff they get up to. But alas, either I've never been invited, or there are none to be found in the holler. Hey, we haven't ruled out Rosalina as a cultist. As someone who lived here my whole life, I sincerely doubt that there's anything remotely culty going on. Which I know is exactly what a cultist would say, but take my word for it, no one in town is going to try to wicker man you. Whatever we're doing next, I feel like we're missing a vital team member. We need to find Stella, and fast. I agree, we need her brazen energy if we're going to do any serious sleuthing. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. I will. So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? Let's check out the diner. Oh, I wonder if going to the mines lets us catch up with Tabitha since she was having a strike. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Here's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. It feels like you've walked into a private meeting. The back booth is full of miners. They're having what seems to be an intense discussion, their expressions gravely serious. What's going on? There's a strike up at the mines. They've made the diner their base of operations. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing. I've been helping these two track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologize now. And I can't say I have. Should I be worried about her? I hope not. I hope we're not interrupting anything here, are we? Of course not. Any paying customer is welcome, as long as you aren't about to step on anybody's toes or cause a fuss. The miners in back were too engaged in conversation to notice you enter, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. Sure, the shift schedules are tough, and sure, we don't get enough time off for me to see my family as often as I'd like, but this is the best job I can get right now. Listen, kid, you're only a year or so into this gig. Trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first, you're just unhappy, but you think you can weather it till you find something better. Paycheck's a paycheck, I get it. The next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, that uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers, and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. Zax, we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. My sister needs the paycheck, and the only reason she can afford her tuition right now. We can't get fired. And this job still has its perks, like the company housing. I can't afford my own place and send money back home. I don't know where I would live if I didn't have this job. Right, the company housing. How generous of the big boss to put you up in a company company-owned shack that ain't had proper maintenance done in decades. Hey, Goblina, thank you for the sub. You know she uses that housing as an excuse to pay us less. And the company housing, that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. That's why the Scarlets can keep getting away with whatever they want. Zax, we don't have the numbers, man. You know this is risky. Riskier than most of us can afford. We would have the numbers if y'all would stand with me and not let management's scare tactics get to you. It's not scare tactics. People like her now. That woman ran into a collapsing coal mine and saved 3 children from being buried alive. Ha-ha! Actual benefit for our choice. It worked out in the PR scheme. I feel you. I really do. But how are we supposed to organize a strike against a town hero? Are you trying to get me that a mine collapsing less than 2 days ago is why you don't want to strike? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe the miners are cultists. Maybe Wayne is the head cultist. Maybe that's why he's trying to keep us safe. He's just waiting to sacrifice us at the end of the week for his cult shenanigans. It's a bad time, Zach. It's always a bad time, Baker. It doesn't matter whose name is on the deed for the place. Without us, there is no mine. We've got him against the ropes. We can't back down now, or they'll come out swinging. Screw my cousin! Yeah, that's going to definitely boost our Tabitha friendship. Don't pressure people, Zax. If they don't want to strike, they don't have to. The miners turned toward the doorway, all eyes glaring at you in unison. Cranky, what the hell? Oh, great. The boss even has her cousin going around strike breaking. Get out of here before we drive you out. You're not welcome here. All of you, calm down. If a fight breaks out in my establishment, you're all out. I don't care who's in the right. You heard the lady. Don't get involved or we'll have to take this outside. Well, hey, let's all bring it down a notch. I'm sure Cranky just doesn't have a good grasp on the situation. Let's not start any fights. No need to kick anybody out, Aunt Winnie. We're all friends here. I just want the record to show that just because I am currently standing next to Tabitha's cousin does not mean I am friends with Tabitha's cousin. Kanika, the betrayal hits hard. I barely know this person. Oh, is that a knife in your hand, Kanika? Yeah, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber? We ain't seen her. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. Hope she's okay. So, about the strike. You really think we're going to talk to you, kid? After what you just tried to pull? This is a tough one. None of you are going to have jobs next week. Or maybe I can convince Tabitha. We'll try and be peacemaker. I'm sure this won't backfire. Maybe I can convince Tabitha to back down. Ha! I'll believe it when I see it. Let's just back off. We're here to find Stella, not hassle Tabitha's overworked employees. Guess we should get going. You turn to leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Stella. Well, we can always check the mines. We should go to the mines. I guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find her cousin, since they're friends. You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know? Classic dog and cat situation. Come on, I'll drive us. You follow Kanika to her van. It isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet mines. I am unhappy with the treatment I am receiving as a worker in the Scarlet mines. Better hours now, or none at all. Oh, maybe Tabitha is like having, hiring ditchlands as strikebreakers. There's a small gathering of workers outside the entrance to the mines, picket signs in hand. I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this. Don't worry, I know these guys. Most of them are in the diner at least a couple days a week. They'll be chill. Would they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though? Look out, fellas. There's the boss's cousin. And Zach said these kids were just down at the diner acting suspicious. Don't engage! I know nothing. I heard nothing. I'm a shadow on the wall. I'm gonna take you down somehow, whether you talk to me or not. Have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The miners collectively ignore you. Look, I know you have a well-deserved bone to pick with the Scarlets, but Stella doesn't have anything to do with the strike. Have you seen her or not? The YouTuber? She's the one on all the banned from property posters, right? We haven't seen her, and we've been out here all day, so we'd know if she's stopped by. Oh no, this isn't looking good. It's okay. Just because she hasn't been seen today doesn't mean something bad happened to her. We'll make sure to keep an eye out. I need to talk to Tabitha. So you're saying you want to cross a picket line? Avery, can you help out? Yeah, sure, I've got this. Y'all are regulars, and you know I've never gone snooping around the mines before. This is important. Your friend's Scarlet, Avery. Who cares? He knows me and Kanika just as well as he knows Tabitha. And you've met her, right? I don't think that blood runs thick enough to sabotage a strike. Doesn't run thick enough? Zach's already texted us to let us know your friend was acting mighty suspicious at the diner. The answer's no. Avery sighs. Sorry, I tried. Hey, Kanika, can you vouch for me here? Hell no. These people clearly don't trust you, and I can't say I blame them. I live in this town. I'm not about to put my reputation on the line for this. It's okay, I've got this. Oh, so Avery doesn't... He repeats it. Okay, so he just repeated the same thing. Pull out your phone and dial your cousin. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm in grave danger. A skunk ape is about to eat me. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank God. But if you're not in any danger, then why are you calling me? I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Stella is still missing. We've been looking all over town for her and don't have any leads. Tabitha groans. You don't think Wayne... Hell, Wayne's my friend. He wouldn't hurt people I care about, even though we've never really hung out or anything. There wasn't evidence that he'd been in her house or signs of a struggle or anything. I don't even know if she went home last night. She ran off in the opposite direction. Stella's been known to disappear for days while she's doing her videos, but I think we both know that's not what's going on. I'll see if I can figure something out. Call me if you run into any more trouble, but please don't go looking for any today, okay? I don't need you going missing, too. I gotta go. Sorry. She hangs up the phone. It doesn't sound like she knows where Stella is. Come on, let's go. We can figure out our next move when we get back to town. Where to next? As you consider your next steps, you remember your appointment with Sybil. She seemed to be confident last night that Stella will be okay. Maybe she'll be able to help you find her. She'd never disparage your gift. Perhaps she's one of the few people in town who can truly understand you. Mystical, you have to see her. She's the thread tying everything together. But at the back of your mind, you can't help but feel as if there's more than just fate drawing you to that tea room. We should talk to your mom. I'm supposed to have tea with her today. Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly. The three of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you both recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom, it's just that Stella's missing and Stella can take care of herself, unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Cranky about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to him. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Cranky. Kinnika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. Something isn't right here, but it's hard to put into words or pin it down into thoughts. Oh, maybe your suspicion about her is correct. And I'm so sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Cranky and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. Oh, you're right. I totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I did want to ask. Are you a witch? As flattered as I am that you think I am that magical, I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Which might be witchery. Look, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned. But I won't push it. Though, just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. I'll leave you all to your not-supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Cranky. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions towards the tea room. Please have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright glow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy, with an undercurrent of decay and earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? So, how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in the hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. Did you know my mom? But of course. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Pearl Ann was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which is to say she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as the punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Why were Pearl Ann and my mom raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? That's possibly. That would explain quite a bit. Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labor. What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The eldest died when the girls were still children. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some teenaged fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. Oh, and that's related to all our visions we saw with the ghost! I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it. What with Skip in town and all. What happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she had been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. Oh, I've got a mystical thing. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Dear, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say right now. There's always a choice. It's quite an aromatic blend, though, isn't it? I'll take your enthusiasm for my tea as a compliment. Oh, it is the case. I don't have a choice not to drink it. But why do I have the same mystical... Dear, you just asked me that. You don't have to do anything. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? What's wrong with me? Dear, are you feeling alright? I'm starting to worry about you. Too much running around this week has clearly crossed up some of your wires. Oh, I wonder if this is like the Princess and the Dragon, where it eventually forces... where you can keep repeating the same thing. Sybil doesn't respond, though her eyes watch you with great concern. Oh, I can't do... This is, very creepy. What's with all the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I'll need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help give me the full picture. Well, seems I'm being forced into it. You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. It's soothing beyond what you would expect out of ordinary tea. There must be something magical at work in this blend. You close your eyes and take another sip, and then another. It's delightful. The tea is gone before you know it, the small cup empty, save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Hey, I've already had the cream soda. I'm pretty sure the drug tea will also have an incredible experience. Oh good! Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Purely legal. Now, on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may, at the very least, be able to figure out what it is. And there's a central figure here. A cat. An enemy, lurking in plain sight. Okay, the cat's gotta be Pixel, or maybe it's Frou Frou. Those are the only two cats I know. The cat could be Tabitha, Wayne, Stella, Kanika, Oscar, Reese, Avery. The cat could be Dr. Kelly. She's been nothing but hostile since I've... Oh no! The cat could be Dustin. He's a possum who lives in my dresser, and I try to talk to him every day to hear his wisdom and help with his troubles. It would break my heart if he's the traitor. That would be like a double betrayal. Because he'd be playing possum and he'd be an actual cat. That'd be like super... How do I know you're not the cat? Okay, we've got to pick the Dustin one because it's the funniest one. The cat could be Dustin. He's a possum who lives in my dresser, and I try and talk to him every day to hear his wisdom and help with his troubles. It would break my heart if he's the traitor. Dear, I don't think you need to be worried about the possum living in your dresser being the cat. You're almost certainly looking for a human enemy. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. We know from the Ditchwinds that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connected to some hidden enemy. I know, there was a mystical choice, but, you know, if there was a... Picking Dustin as the potential traitor was just too funny to pass up. Perhaps, maybe we can still get the mystical option. Perhaps we can try to counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones carved in seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely that they have something to do with this. Until the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out. Piece together what you can from your visions and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? The clinic. Your thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. Yeah, she is definitely giving off a creepy vibe here. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than given any clear answers. You helped last night, why don't you come with me? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusion, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I had been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be, struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out for all the crouching. Yeah, I have there are many questions right now. Not to mention the mystical tingles of not being able to not drink the tea. Thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. Glad to hear it. I hope all goes well, and I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. Now Sybil gives me her breaking kits. Here's some lockpicks to break into the clinic, dear. I know, and the fact that she wants me to find them is also very suspicious. Highly suspicious. Maybe she's the cult leader. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table, and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. See, that's exactly what I would get from someone that that's actually the person out to betray me. Sybil closes the door to the tea room, the bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Talk to Miles. Is your mom a witch? Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, I would. Miles ignores you. Ghosts are real, just thought you should know. Yeah, I know. I've seen tons of videos of ghosts doing stuff on the internet. I'm not 12. So, Kanika has a cold, huh? That's what she says. She's just trying to get out of work again. Like I didn't have anything better to do all week while she sits in her room watching anime. Says the guy in Goku pants. Everybody knows Dragon Ball is good anime. She watches the trashy shit. You see any weird rocks around town? Yeah, you. He smirks. Clearly this is a very sick burn, and you should feel bested by his wit. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, Sybil comes up to me and is like, this dagger forebodes danger to is a foreboding warning of danger, and then she stabs me with it. You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kanika. You make your way upstairs. You knock on Kanika's door. I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. Oh, Cranky, what's up? Can I come in? Sorry, Cranky, my mom was right. I'm exhausted. Probably shouldn't push it or I'll wind up worse off tomorrow. It looks like you're on your own. You make your way out of the general store and down the road to the clinic. You make your way up the familiar hill, past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find your way in. There, it looks like it. And there's Wayne on the left side! I can see him. I can also see some of the vigilants. Like, there's one at the tree line, it looks like. There's one to the right. Oh, and there's a raccoon! Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. Just go in through the clinic door, no one will see you. Talk to animals, ask a woodland creature how they'd get in. Hey, raccoon over there, what's a good way to break in? Quickly glance around, eyes trained on the underbrush. A flash of a striped tail grabs your eye immediately. Can I help you, Buster? Hey there, you were trying to break into that house at the top of the hill? How would you do it? What, just because I've got little hands and go through people's trash, I'm supposed to know how to break into places? There's a hill that'll take you right up to that big flat roof thing. Sometimes the humans leave windows open up there, and I go inside. Don't tell them, okay? I like to sleep in their big piles of cloth. It's one of my few joys in life. Thank you, helpful raccoon. He leaves as you turn back to look at the clinic. You have your way in. You're pretty sure you can make the jump to the second floor, at least with a run and start. You make your way up the hill and bend your knees in anticipation, and then you jump. You land and try the door. It's unlocked. The upstairs of the clinic feels like a decommissioned museum. Old furniture is covered in plain white sheets, and a thick layer of dust coats the floor. This place hasn't seen any use in years. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You can feel that odd sensation again, the nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You're here now, and it knows you're here. And you know exactly what it is. Another stone carving, eager to show you its secrets. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. Turn on the lights. Reese, this doesn't seem like this should be your bedroom. The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Cranky, what are you doing in the morgue? Vampire! I'm not. Please don't stake me. Just sometimes find it easier to sleep down here. Don't ask me why. That's just how it is. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. He's got like these creepy, long nails as well. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance. Your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder. For a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of look possessed for a moment. You good? Make him understand. Use your words. Don't let this fervor consume you. Be present in the moment. You inhale deeply and take in your surroundings. You can't help but notice that one of the body storage drawers is labeled Pearl and Scarlet. Ooh. You step forward and pull out the drawer. Ah, so that's what our aunt looked like. So this is your Aunt Pearl Ann, Coal Baroness of the Scarlet Mines and local she-devil that has seen no one, Not even her own daughter was able to mourn. This is not the first corpse you've seen, but it feels the same as any other. She's an empty body now, the warmth and energy of a life now dissipated. The same as your mother was, and the same as you'll be one day. Cold air rises from her bluish skin, her vacant, filmy eyes staring up at nothing. You try to imagine what she might have looked like alive and breathing, slinging subtle insults at the townfolk. But it's hard to picture any expression on a face so stiff and cold with death. Making sure she didn't walk off? Poke her, just to make sure. Well, it's just our aunt, William. She's totally faking it. I bet she's behind everything. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. A judgmental zombie would be just my luck. She's totally faking it. I bet she's behind everything. She looks pretty dead to me, but I guess looks can be deceiving. I'll make sure the doc locks her drawer from here on out. She won't be faking it for long when she's locked in a big refrigerator. Unless she winds up being a zombie or something, but that would be lame. Zombies are so overdone. Haven't seen what there was to see, you slide the drawer back in and close it. Why wall? Need see thing, but wall stand in way. The mines had a stone carving the other night, as did Oscar's house yesterday. They've been giving me visions, and I can sense one on the other side of this wall. I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the doc out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds. Get the doc out of our hair? Yeah, if I say I'm sick and I need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time it's true anyway. Doesn't that make her worry about you even more? There's nothing I can do at this point to get her to stop worrying about me. Might as well use it to my advantage when I can. Thanks for understanding. Don't mention it. If there's anything I can do to actually be useful, I'm happy to help. Be right back. No, I don't think that there's other elderly family members here for us. Just our aunt, who is very, very dead. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom? He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. It looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I just picked some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice. And some ginger ale, too. I know. It definitely adds to the creepiness here. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take that long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked. The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in his place. Come on up. We don't have long until she's back. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medicinal supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye. Some sort of records, with your family's name on them. Reese stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents. Find something interesting? They're your family's death certificates. Cause of death, sleep apnea, discovered by her daughter. Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Huh, that is a very interesting middle name. Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. I'm definitely going to make fun of her for that later. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. Edwardine Scarlet, born April 9, 1913, died February 12, 2003, age 89. Cause of death, heart failure, signed by her granddaughter, Pearl Ann Scarlet. Pretty normal. Almost made it to 90, died of a normal old person illness. Enoch Scarlet, born September 9, 1887, died August 20th, 1957, age 69. Cause of death, fall from cliff. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient. Quickly flip through a few of the other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24th, 1890, died 1918. Age 28, cause of death, crushing mind collapse, body not recovered. Signed by his brothers, Enoch Scarlet. Joseph Scarlet, born April 1914, died June 7, 1944. Louis Scarlet, born August 1920, died June 6, 1944. Hey, they died a day apart. Both killed at Normandy in the line of defense. Line of duty. These must have been Edwardine's brother. Okay, well that was a non-supernatural thing, I suppose. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet. Delivered April 3rd, 1945. Stillbirth, mother Edwardine Scarlet. Cause of death, complications during birth. No doctor present, home burial. Alexandra Scarlet, born December 12th, 1947, died August 20th, 1957, age 9. Missing, presumed dead. Signed by mother Edwardine Scarlet. Alexandra, the owner of the doll, so she went missing. Mary Bell Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946, died October 30th, 1963, age 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother, Edwardine Scarlet. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. Reese's eyes flick up the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening. You're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Shit, you're not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. He hurries to the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. There's not enough room! Hide somewhere else! You let him in. Together you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. The silence of the tiny closet. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house. We better wait a second, just in case. The two of you stand in tense silence, both crammed into the suffocating closet, taking shallow breaths, as if she could hear you breathing from the other side of the building. But the footsteps soon return. Dr. Kelly makes her way back towards your hiding place, creaking floorboards broadcasting her location all the way to the hallway just outside your hiding spot. The footsteps return. They get louder, approaching the open office door, and then they stop. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. We've probably only got a minute or two until she comes back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way. He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door, what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys. Here we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe. Now we can... Reese pauses, turning to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference. Go downstairs, quick. You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instructions, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right. We did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge. There's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? Thought I told you to go get rest. Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I've got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all the industrial clanging you listen to. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You hear the door close, and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent-lit room below. Hey. Wall now. Yes, yes. Wall, wall, wall. I should warn you, something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. Feel like I've been missing out lately. Stop asking questions. It's time to see what's on the other side of that wall. You listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down? Of course I do. I'm sad all the time. Glad my taste in music is finally coming in handy. It's exactly the cover we need. Wall, now! Let's do this. Have at it. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. The first cut offers a surprising amount of resistance. There is some structure behind it, some wood frame holding it in place, trying to stand between you and what waits for you on the other side. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward. As you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing, rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. Someone doesn't want us to find these carvings. I wonder if it's whoever put them there, or if it's someone else. Whatever the reason, they went to a lot of effort to hide this one. I wonder if the doc even knows about this wing. You step forward into the unknown. You don't bother to retrieve the axe. The final wall concealing the carving is rotten. Water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years, the planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Ooh, what vision will we have this time? Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I've found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. I went to talk to the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's all right. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. That's right, Doctor. At this point, I think it's safe to say his body was never recovered. Whoever it was claimed to be Theodore, it wasn't him. Wasn't even paralyzed, as it turned out. Just some grifter trying to take advantage of the tragedy. Ooh, the plot thickens. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient to yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. He's got a nice little Hellraiser poster on there. Hey, I was worried you slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving and collapsed. Think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Wait, nothing spooky happened? The mountain didn't collapse on us? No ghosts? No, nothing. You just fell down, twitched a little, and when you seemed stable I carried you back here. That was a few hours ago. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. No problem. Just figured you'd rather wake up in a bed than that musty hallway. Or the morgue. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No. I snuck you back into the house when she was busy in the medical storage room. Figured you wouldn't want to come to in the morgue. I had a vision. Like, a hallucination. I have those sometimes too. Used to have a lot of as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. At least one of those death records is murky. I don't think Teddy died in the mine collapse. My family has secrets. That's a weird thing to cover up, but that's not too surprising. An old family like that usually has at least a few secrets, but hopefully that's all ancient history. It's not like it's easy to cover up deaths these days, right? So, what now? We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The doc is on the warpath up there. I refused to take my medicine and she's not happy about it. There was no way I was going to take anything she gave me. She's been poisoning me for years. I've been thinking about what you said at dinner last night. I don't see any other possibility. It's only been a day since I've stopped taking my pills, and I feel great. I went ahead and blocked my door, so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. I don't get why your mom would poison you, though. I don't know. The thing I can't figure out is whether she's been trying to kill me slowly, or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I ever had an illness. I think the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. She sure found a cure for that. We need to get you out of here. Who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. Where will we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika. She's not answering her phone. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I never even finished high school. When I get out of this house, I don't know how I can make sure I don't wind up right back down here. You can stay with me if you want, at least until you get on your feet. You'd let me stay with you? That's amazing, I would love that. I never thought I'd get out of this basement, let alone move to a place like Springfield. He smiles, his eyes distant as he imagines the possibility of such a life, undoubtedly for the first time. Thanks, Cranky, you have no idea how much this offer means to me. But I guess we still gotta pass some time before we get out of here. Distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. Yes, let's do the movie night. I believe you owe me a showing of Shino-Chi, Death Blood. I believe I do. Reese gets the movie set up and joins you on the bed. Let me know if it gets to be too much to you. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. This is a slow burn of a movie, but the dread it's managed to build is palpable in the room. Or maybe that's just how it feels down here all the time. What with the grisly paintings, lack of light, cinder block walls, and of course the fact that the woman currently lurking upstairs has been poisoning her son since his teens. I've seen a couple of this director's other films, and they're all interesting, though this is probably the best introduction to his work. The way it jump cuts to seemingly unrelated TV show recordings that then wind up tying back into the narrative adds a level of realism and depth to the world that I find really engrossing. It's found footage used to its fullest. I can't believe I'll be able to just do things from here on out, like watch movies with another person, or talk to people, ever. You can hear the difference in energy now that Reese hasn't had his daily dose of medicine. He's uncharacteristically chatty, clearly not used to talking to another person, let alone when he has the energy to carry on a long conversation. Something is changing inside of him. Hey, Fernandez, thank you for the sub. Reese, you feel different, like your whole personality is changing. Is everything okay? Everything is more than okay. Yeah, it might be. I haven't felt this good I don't think I've ever felt this good. A man on the screen yells portents of doom into the camera, trailing off into a wordless scream. The plot is really heating up. I love that there are all these distinct sorts of vignettes, little pockets of horror that affect a small number of people, and only once you start to see how they fit together can you realize some fundamental horror about the universe. Well, I mean, his fingernails have also been, like, sharp and pointy as well. So that, there's definitely been some concerns. Especially when Gretchen was, like, calling him a monster. And then it sees you back. Incredible. Cosmic horror in the truest sense. Reese is becoming very animated. It's probably safe to assume that he's dealing with a lot of extra adrenaline right now, what with his entire reality turning out to be a lie. But he's also talking over the movie. It's more than just something that's changing in Reese. It's everything. There's a knock on the window. Cranky, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the window. Good luck, freak. That glass is shatterproof. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. Yeah, Wayne definitely looks like he's seen better days. What do you mean? Wayne isn't going to hurt you. He hasn't hurt anyone. Except maybe that Ditchlin, but they kind of deserved it. Yes, he will. He's furious with me. Can't you hear it? But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us, Cranky. The window shatters. Uh-oh. As Reese stares at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvas, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Hey, that was the mystical thing with his paintings! Grab my hand. I'll pull you out. Leave us alone. In a surge of violence, the change that had been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off, and Wayne along with it. Oh. Hey, Mary, thank you for the sub. Let's use diplomacy. We aren't safe, but I feel strong now. I think I can save us. Stay here. I'll be right back. I just have to deal with the doc. Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. Oh, we can call Tabitha! She mentioned... You dial your cousin's number. Hey, where are you? Also, he's a werewolf or vampire or something. Clinic, emergency, scary. What do you know about Reese? I don't think that's the most pertinent question. Reese is on some kind of rampage. Can you come pick me up? What? Don't move a muscle. I'm coming to get you. Your cousin hangs up the phone. Yeah, we shouldn't... Probably shouldn't let him try and kill his mom. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday. All intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there's a monster preparing to do something unthinkable. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck! You do as she says, ducking out of the way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're gonna have to try harder than that, you... No, how did you... As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between cracks in the wood. Reese is panicked, pulling in a mob of furious creatures to hold his enemy in place. The artist darts away, but his creations continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway as Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. You run forward, braving the onslaught of Reese's creations, dodging them as best you can as you try to see where Dr. Kelly went. The door in front of you is smothered in paint. Hey. Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Cranky. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. You survived. What is going on? I think you can probably put that together. I need you to get to the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. You turn back around and head to the medical storage room. I'm here. Great, now listen to me. I need you to use the black tape key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled Confronting. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore. Intercom system, huh, Doc? Good. You should hear this. Cranky, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not going to hurt anybody else. Just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down in that basement, or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now. Better than I've ever felt in my life. Not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me. Can't you two just get along? I'm not gonna let you kill someone, Reese. Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care? He speaks very carefully with that mouth. Trust me, Reese, I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you. Tell yourself whatever lies you have to, Mom. If you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance, and you decided to convince me I was dying, instead of just letting me exist. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face. Enough. Reese cries out in pain. What the hell did you do to my shoulder? I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint, sealing it shut. Hurry, I don't think I can keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears managed to slip past her. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. Sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before he gets here. What is this room? Old X-ray room, lead walls. After I realized this whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote-controlled locks. Glad it could finally come in handy. Let's talk Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead, I have nothing left to hide. What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him. You've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. I almost wish I could examine him when he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him, or how his body does it. But he seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. When did you find out? A little after he hit puberty. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. Figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder. Had him checked out at a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now. Just a couple inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared. He could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew for sure that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. How did he not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4 depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different. I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages, so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now. There's only so much I can do to control him. Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone. I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. But then, all of a sudden, my period stopped. I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready, but he made me love being a mom. It's not like it was going to be sunshine and roses forever. No matter what, kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom, too. Doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number 1. It's not like he's usually a violent kid. He's mostly just sad, but every now and then, we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot tall monster with 1,000,000 teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a major metropolitan area. Yeah, he's dangerous. I can fix him! Don't you think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy? Oh, don't preach to me. Is he a sweet kid most of the time? Absolutely. And Ted Bundy was sweet to the people he picked up off the side of the road. Didn't mean he did go ahead and slaughter them anyway. I know what my son is capable of, so it's my job to make sure he doesn't hurt anybody. While we're at it, any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all this shit out loud. What's the game plan, both short and long term? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Then we all live happily ever after. And if you can't, doesn't really change much. Whether he's a willing captive or an unwilling captive, it doesn't matter. He's either under my constant supervision, or he's dead. That's just how this has to go. You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence and wait for her son to make his way to you. Sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Get those tranks ready. We have to get this door open before he crosses the hallway. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. I got some lovely art for this. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. I feel like we should have given her the tranquilizers before this. Oh! Well, don't need to worry about the tranquilizers. Holy shit, Tabitha just coming in. Before Dr. Kelly can fire, a different shot rings out. Reese's body is thrown to the wall. Shotgun in hand, your cousin rounds the corner and trains her weapon on his writhing body. Tabitha, what are you doing here? Stop it. Let me sedate him. We can deal with this non-lethally. Are you insane? That thing was trying to kill you. You leap forward, placing your body between Tabitha and the whimpering Reese, his face already trying to stitch itself back together as he writhes on the ground. Frankie, what the hell do you think you're doing? Don't kill him. He's still a person. Person, my ass, did you see his face? Both of you shut up and help me drag him into the safe room now. You turn to see Dr. Kelly, already pulling her son towards the open doorway. Tabitha swings the gun onto her back, awfully jumping in to help Dr. Kelly. It's not long before his regenerating body is sealed away behind the door. Not exactly how I thought that would play out, but at least none of us are dead. If you've done any permanent damage to him, you're going to be the one paying for the medical supplies, Miss Scarlet. You aren't seriously going to keep that thing alive, are you? It's clearly dangerous. What makes you think you can keep it locked up? It is my son, Miss Scarlet. Despite his appearances, he is still human. I prefer you refer to him as such. And I've managed to keep him safely locked away and harmless for years. Sure, it'll be a little more difficult now that he knows about his condition, but that room is lined with lead. He's not going anywhere. He's human. Are you sure about that? Are we talking about the same guy? Trust me, I've done genetic tests. He is human somehow, and it's my job as his mother to protect him, to protect people from him. It's not a burden I take lightly. You don't have to worry about him getting out anytime soon. Reese is a good guy. He's just misunderstood. Don't give me that line. I don't see what I could misunderstand about a guy who was clearly about to swallow both of you whole. I don't care what his feelings were when he was getting ready to make a meal of you. I care that he was capable of it. I'm not going to debate this with you, Miss Scarlet. It's none of your business. I can handle it from here. Now both of you get out. I have a lot of cleaning to do, and I don't feel like entertaining a couple of bickering cousins while I do. You and your cousin leave the clinic, Dr. Kelly slamming the shotgun blasted door behind you. I feel like this is a compromise that doesn't really resolve things. The two of you make your way to the bottom of the hill, where Tabitha's car is parked among the sleepy houses of Scarlet Hollow's residential street. She places her gun in the trunk and turns to face you. You're alone right now. Is Stella still missing? I tried calling her a couple of times, but I kept getting her stupid voicemail. Yeah. Shit, let me think. It's a long shot, but there's a place that might be worth checking out. We're going on a hike. After a bit of a trek, you and Tabitha stop by the edge of a two-lane road near the town limits. There, sitting on a log, staring mournfully out at the asphalt, is Stella. You watch her from the underbrush. She's alive, thank God. She sounds more exasperated than relieved. How'd you know she'd be here? It's where her parents died. She ran off after we saw a ghost last night. It just made sense that she'd be here. You should go talk to her, Tabitha. She'd probably be glad to see you. I don't know, we've got baggage. I'll just make things worse. No, you're right. She's been practically begging for us to be closer than we are. It's time I stopped letting my dead mother dictate who I'm allowed to talk to. But I'm not talking to her alone. We're doing this together. The two of you join Stella, perched on the old log on either side of her. God, Tabby, that ghost really did a number on you. I'm so sorry. You had Cranky worried all day, you know. Went all over town looking for you. And it looks like you got into some trouble, too. Cranky, you're all covered in blood. I think a lot of it's paint, actually. Paint? What? This is where your parents died, right? I know, it definitely is. Oh, that is a terrible thing you have to see. No wonder why she's been traumatized by it. And it makes a lot of sense of coming here after seeing a ghost. Have you been sitting here all day? Yeah. Just waiting. Silence falls. Silence falls over the three of you. The wind rustling in the leaves and the sound of night insects carry on around you, muted in the still night. Oh, I can probably get a better picture of her at some point. She just doesn't like to, pose, so to speak. Nothing happened, though. That's probably for the best. Tabby, did I do something wrong after the accident? What? There's whole years of my life that feel like they just never happened. Like every time I try and remember them, it's blank. I have all these videos sitting on my channel that I don't even remember filming. It's scary. Did I do something to push you away? No. All you wanted to do was talk to me, but Pearl wouldn't let you near me. Oh. Tabitha sighs. That's not true. I was an adult when the accident happened. It doesn't matter what Pearl wanted. I need to stop hiding under my mother's coat every time I make a bad decision. I pushed you away, Stella, and I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. Tabby, I've missed you. I've missed you too. Still, fuck Pearl, though. It's probably not probably not the best option. To the Dead Moms Club, for bringing us all together. To the Dead Moms Club. To the Dead Moms Club. The three of you stare out into the quiet night. I think the accident is probably why I got into ghost hunting. think I just wanted to see them again. Wanted to know whether I even could. Never found anything, so I eventually gave up. Then last night happened, and I ran out here to see if maybe it would happen with them too. Even if it meant seeing the crash again, or seeing them all messed up and dead. Just wanted to see them. It's been a whole day. I don't think they're coming. Do you want to say goodbye? Stella sits in silence for a long moment, her breath slow and even. Goodbye. I love you. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine. She's silent again, as if waiting for a response. No response comes. But she smiles, a lively glimmer returning to her sad eyes. That kind of felt better. I don't think I realized how much I kind of trapped myself in my own head. Thank you for breaking me out of it, you two. Stella straightens up, stretching her back. Gretchen wags her tail, tags jingling in the quiet night air. I know that, Stretch. That's the time to go home, Stretch. Thank the Lord. I'll be sleeping in my own bed tonight. Thank you for talking sense into this girl. We should probably head back, right? I haven't slept in a day. Wait, before we go, we should probably tell you about what happened today. Oh? Are you sure about that, Cranky? It's too late. The cat's out of the bag, and now you two have to tell me about your misadventures. You and Tabitha relay the events of the evening as best you can. Saying it out loud somehow makes it feel less real, like you're sharing the plot of a horror movie, not something that actually happened to you. Oh my god. That poor guy. And poor Dr. Kelly. This just sucks for everyone. And Tabby, you just brought a shotgun there? I wanted protection. Hopefully Reese and his mom can work things out. We should try and visit him tomorrow. You two can do that without me. You know, I think processing just the one traumatic event is enough for the day. This new one's going right into the void. At least until we get to the end of the week. The three of you and Gretchen make your way back through the woods before arriving at Stella's house. This is me. Thanks again, you two. It's time for us to get back to the estate, Cranky. Tabby, wait, before you go. Stella wraps your cousin in a tight hug. Don't be a stranger, okay? Never again. Promise. You and Tabitha quietly return to the estate, both of you impossibly exhausted by the day's events. Gotta crash. I'll see you tomorrow. She heads to bed without another word. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. As your eyes sink, you realize that something smells off about the room. It smells rotten. You jolt awake as the door creaks. Damn it, Wayne, have you been moving the doll? Don't look so frightened. I was just going to say goodnight, and to give you a word of advice. Tabitha won't be around tomorrow, too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you, and you might be surprised at what you find. Until then, sleep well. Wait! Wayne pauses at the door. Yes. Dagnabbit. Flirt with Wayne. Dagnabbit. Did you know Reese was like that? I knew he was different. How exactly I wasn't sure, but now I know. I thought you wanted me to stay at the estate. Aren't you going to lecture me? You are free to make your own decisions, and those decisions have been made. I know that something pulls at you, and now that it's started, I know that you cannot stop until your task is finished. I'll keep you safe while you do what you must. Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha? Because you're special. But why? Why am I so special? You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable. Thanks for looking out for me tonight. Anytime you find yourself in danger, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. Good night, Craigie. Wayne leaves your room and closes the door behind him. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese, trapped in that tiny, windowless room, all his greatest fears realized, his body no longer his own. But you stopped him from killing Dr. Kelly. The world, at least for now, is protected from him. And then you think of nothing. This is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 will release later this year. Yeah, I believe they're aiming for December of this year for episode 5. We are saving. Oh my goodness, this has been a fun ride, and now I'm eager to continue. But yeah, whenever episode 5 comes out, definitely going to be playing it immediately. I know there's so many plot threads, and the plot is thickening, and I'm really curious as to how different traits influence things otherwise for events. Yeah, definitely recommend this game. That if you want to play a really good visual novel, like Slay the Princess is really good by itself, but Scarlet Hollow, I certainly am happy to have played the 4 episodes that are out, and from my understanding, they intend 7 episodes. So we're only halfway through the series. So nonetheless, I look forward to seeing this through to the end. And what other horrible decisions we're going to have to make up until that point. But that has been a lot of talking. That's been nearly 6 hours. I do apologize for all the flubs with the getting things wrong, but nonetheless. So next week, I'm going to be doing Beyond the Long Night. It's a roguelike twin shooter one. I played it when it released 2 years ago, but I've had a sudden urge to play it again. And so I think after that one, I'm looking forward to trying to do like the Wandering Village again, since that one's been updated a few times, and I haven't played that in a while. So I've been looking for an excuse to get back to some old games that I enjoyed. But nonetheless, hopefully you had a great time, and, see you next week or whenever that might be. Until then, you have a wonderful night,